Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our council meeting here for Tuesday, July the 22nd. Starting with our land acknowledgement, in the spirit of respect, reciprocity, and truth, we honor and acknowledge the Mokitas and the traditional Treaty 7 territory and the oral practices of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Siksika, Kainai, Pecan, Lethal Nakota Nations, Chiniki, Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Tsuut'ina Nation. We acknowledge that this territory is home to the Métis government of the Métis Nation with Alberta District 4. And finally, we acknowledge all nations, Indigenous and non, who live, work, and play on this land, and who honor and celebrate this territory. This sacred gathering place provides us with an opportunity to engage in and demonstrate leadership on reconciliation, and we are honored to have you join us on Treaty 7 territory. Looking at our agenda, we have a fairly packed agenda today, so get ready, council, for a day. So looking at our agenda, just looking to administration and to council if there's any additions needed for the agenda. First of all, looking to council, not seeing any. Looking to administration, not seeing any. Council, can I have a motion to approve the agenda, please? Councilor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, everyone. I move that the Council approve the July 22nd, 2025 regular meeting of Council agenda as presented.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving to our public input, has anyone signed up for anything for public input? Different than public hearing. That's coming in a minute. But for public input, has anyone signed up for anything for public input? Seeing nothing, thank you. Approval of the minutes. So looking for approval for the minutes for the regular meeting of council for June 24th. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning. I move that Council approve the June 24th, 2025 regular meeting of Council minutes as presented.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 5.2, the regular meeting of council minutes for July the 8th. Can I have a councillor make the following motion to approve the minutes, please? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. I motion that council approve the July 8th, 2025 regular meeting of council minutes as presented.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, thank you, and that's carried unanimously. We're now going to be moving into a closed session as we're going to be doing appointments for the library board. And so as per our practice, what we do is we talk about the humans that have applied for those, and we don't do that publicly, which I'm sure the humans that apply for these appreciate. And then we'll be coming out of our in-camera session to appoint people to the library board. So can I have a councillor make the following motion to move into closed session, please? Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor.
I move that council move into closed session at 9:06 a.m. to discuss the following: Chestermere Library Board Public Member Appointments, Access to Information Act, ATIA, Section 22, Confidential Evaluations.
Great. Thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. I do not anticipate this taking very long. So we do have to clear the room, though, but I don't anticipate this is going to take very long.
Hi, welcome back. Sorry, would you like to say welcome back to the
Yeah.
stream? Go ahead. Sorry, please go ahead. Sorry,
Sorry. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. I think we're just coming out of our closed session now. Deputy Mayor, I believe you're going to make the motion to come out of closed session.
I will. Thank you. I move that council come out of closed session at 9:19 a.m.
Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll take a break here to allow everyone to come back, and we will come back to our meeting at 9:25. Thanks, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Coming back from our break here after our in-camera session, and I think we're going to be able to proceed with the appointment of our public members for the Chestermere Library Board. So can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council appoint the following member of the public to the Chestermere Library Board effective July 22nd, 2025. Navneet Bhatt, terms ending December 31st, 2026. Frank Karlowski, term ending December 31st, 2026. Manshir Sangha, term ending December 31st, 2027. Brad Corcoran, term ending December 31st, 2027. And Kim Soderberg McCree, term ending December 31st, 2028.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions from council? Great. I just want to say, just before voting, I want to thank all these people for submitting their applications, and thank you to everyone who submitted. And there's still lots of opportunity to be able to serve here with the City of Chestermere. So with that, call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you again. Thank you again to those people for stepping up to serve on our library board. Moving to item 7.2, which is the appointment of our returning officer and presiding deputy returning officer. This is being presented by Vanessa Vandermeer, Manager of Ledge Services.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm here today to present to you the appointment of the returning officer and presiding deputy returning officer for the 2025 election. My recommendations to Council is that Council rescind motion 250114-12 moved by Deputy Mayor Randawa. Council appoint Vanessa Vandermeer, Manager of Legislative Services, as a substitute officer for the 2025 election. They also that Council appoint Vanessa Vandermeer, Manager of Legislative Services, as the returning officer for the 2025 municipal election. And lastly, that Council appoint Vanna Casement as the presiding deputy returning officer for the 2025 municipal election. In accordance with the Local Authorities Election Act, Chestermere's Bylaw 028-24, known as the Election Bylaw, Council must appoint a returning officer and may appoint a presiding deputy returning officer to oversee the conduct of the municipal election. Vanessa Vandermeer, Manager of Legislative Services, has the experience and qualifications to fulfill the role of the returning officer, and Vanna Casement is recommended for the role of presiding deputy returning officer to support the election process. On January 14th, 2025, Council passed a motion of 250114-12, appointing Vanessa Vandermeer as the substitute returning officer. This motion must be rescinded to allow her appointment as returning officer. The implications of this is to appointing the returning officer and presiding returning officer ensures compliance with the Local Authorities Election Act and enables the city to proceed with preparations for the 2025 municipal election. These appointments provide clarity and leadership for the election process. That is all.
Great, thank you. So then with that, are there any comments, questions from council with regards to the process here? Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you, a question for administration. In the past, we've had a third party as a returning officer. Could someone speak to the decision to have that in-house this year?
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and good morning, Council. And thank you, Councillor Sandbo. Yeah, we posted out an application for this. Our typical returning officer now works for the City of Airdrie and is running their election, so was unavailable for us to use her services. We put out a job ad to find a returning officer. We found one qualified individual. Unfortunately, by the time we reached out to them, they aren't able to, I guess, attend and effectively take on the role. It's expected that they'll assist in the background. So our options, again, given Vanessa's experience, it can't be me. I don't have enough time to do this anymore. And so given Vanessa's experience running elections and doing it, we felt she had the bandwidth and would be best suitable to take on this role with some assistance from some internal staff as well as external parties as well. City of Airdrie is helping us. They're working cooperatively, everybody in the area, on figuring out how to do this election under the new rules. So I think we're well covered.
Thank you. Does that address that concern for you there, Councillor Sambo? Yep. Okay. Any other questions from council with regards to the process? Okay. Can I have the first motion then, please? Great, thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Narayan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Move that Council rescind motion 250114-12, being Council appoint Vanessa van der Meer, Manager of Legislative Services, as the substitute returning officer for the 2025 municipal election.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have the second motion, please? And can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council appoint Vanessa van der Meer, Manager of Legislative Services, as returning officer for the 2025 municipal election.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Is that the fastest you've been fired and hired?
Yeah, that was
in
awesome.
your life? Because
That was like
that's
pretty
got to
cool.
be some kind of record to get fired from something and then
Yeah,
hired.
I don't even think that made 30 seconds, so that was pretty impressive. Thank you.
That was pretty fast. And then can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Schindler.
I move that council appoint Vanessa Casement as the presiding deputy returning officer, PDRO, for the 2025 municipal election. Sorry, it's not Vanessa, it's Vanna Casement.
Can I have you restate the motion, please, Deputy Mayor?
I move that council appoint Vanna Casement as the presiding deputy returning officer, PDRO, for the 2025 municipal election.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so our next item is not scheduled to start until 10 o'clock, and I believe that we should wait until that time in case somebody else is, others are wanting to attend. I see that you're blinking on my screen here, Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Just giving the content of some of the reports coming after that public hearing, administration is wondering if we can jump to item 8.1.5 and then proceed from there until 10 o'clock. We have some people attending for 8.1.3 and 8.1.4, and they're not scheduled to be here until after 10 o'clock. And the municipal development plan, I suspect, will take more than half an hour. So just wondering if jumping to the offsite levy policy and then the transit feasibility and going in that order until 10 o'clock makes sense for council.
Okay, sounds good. So we'll move now to 8.1.5, which is the offsite levy policy amendment. This is being presented by Ms. Madeline Fisk, Growth and Development Coordinator. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. As previously mentioned, my name is Madeline Fisk, Growth and Development Coordinator here at the city, specifically in the Engineering Department. I do have a presentation today, thank you. Great. And all my comments today will be made through the Chair, Mayor, and to City Council. So our team this year has taken some time to review the city's current offsite levy policy number 320 and have made some revisions. So today the point is to bring the revisions to City Council, and we're looking for your approval on those changes that were made. For our presentation today, our agendas, I'll provide a little bit of background information and introduction to the policy, our motion request for today, and then dive more specifically into the actual revisions that we made. So a little bit of a background. I know we've had many conversations on what offsite levies are, but again, the city of Chestermere utilizes these offsite levies as a mechanism to fund new infrastructure and new amenities and services that are required and triggered by new growth. So the offsite levy regime, or the framework we have, is governed by two specific documents. One would be the offsite levy bylaw, which was brought to council and approved back in April, and the second would be the offsite levy policy 320, which I'm bringing forward today. The current offsite levy policy we have was last revised in 2017. The offsite levy policy is here to set the groundwork for city procedures, to indicate how administration is to collect the levies. The bylaw is to determine what the levies would be, what the rates would be. So that's kind of the difference between the two. Since 2017, the city has experienced and seen some significant growth. We've also had an increase of stakeholder engagement, and so we think it's about time to look at this policy that was last revised 8 years ago. So the motion request today is that council adopt the 2025 offsite levy policy 320 revision as presented today. For the actual revisions made, firstly, just a little context, the policy we have right now is 20 pages long. So our first item here was to do some housekeeping. We wanted to remove anything that would be considered procedural within the policy. By doing so, we ensure it focuses solely on governance level direction, so that if something needed to be amended in a policy, that's what we would bring to council. Anything procedurally of how we write the documents or what color the pages are, then that can be a decision that administration makes. We've also reorganized the definitions. They weren't in alphabetical order before, so just minor changes there. Along with the housekeeping items, we've also removed any references in this policy indicating that we would collect the levies at subdivision. That is not our current practice. We collect these levies at development. So just to clarify that there. As we've gone through these housekeeping items, we have identified specifically two large areas of improvement within our policy. The first being our requirement to hold securities for offsite levies. We identified that this is not in line with other municipalities in the region and their standards. It is also inconsistent with our security policy 327 regarding developer creditworthiness and tier classification. The second item that we identified that is an area of improvement would be the levy rate adjustments. Within our current policy, it specifies that if a developer were to pay an installment, the year in which that installment is due would be reflected on the current bylaw. So the rates would increase each year as the new bylaw is passed. Again, this is not in line with other municipalities and provincial practices. It also, we noticed a lack of clarity. When they sign a development agreement, neither the developer or the city knows exactly what those rates will look like in the future as the new bylaws are passed. So in light of these areas of improvement, the way that we have addressed this in the revisions we made are as follows. So the first would be these security requirements. We have specifically referenced our current policy that was approved by City Council, which is policy number 327, the developer security requirements. Within the existing policy 327, we have a tiering system for developers. They are ranked tier 1 to tier 5. Tier 1 to 3 developers would be considered more experienced and have higher performance within the city. They would be considered credit worthy. By implementing this within our own policy 320, any developer tier 1 to tier 3 are allowed to pay in installments or to defer their payments over 3 years. And then developers that are considered tier 4 to tier 5, who are less experienced or have a lower performance within the city, they must pay their offsite levies 100% upfront at the signing of the development agreement. The second area of improvement that we identified for the levy rate adjustment, the revision made is that the value of the offsite levy will now be fixed at the signing of the development agreement. So we will no longer require an increase of rates with the new bylaw. What is signed in the contract will stand. These rates will remain the same. There's no uncertainty here. What's agreed upon will remain. The rest of this presentation, I want to outline the risks we identified as we reviewed this policy and how we mitigated these risks and addressed them. So firstly, with these housekeeping revisions, removing the procedure items, rearranging our definitions, we've reduced the risk of misinterpretation and administrative inconsistencies. With our actual policy changes, it was critical for us to, number one, ensure this is in line with other city policies, and also to ensure that we're in line with other municipalities in the region and provincial requirements. So by updating our security requirement, we are bringing the city more in line with our neighboring municipalities, and also maintaining city's competitiveness when it comes to development. This tiered system that we've introduced, which is in line with our other policy, reduces the risk by categorizing the developers based off of their performance. It also reduces the risk of late payments or cash flow uncertainty. And finally, our mechanism here in reducing the risk for not holding securities. Although we don't have offsite levy securities, we do have construction securities. And a condition of us releasing these construction securities would be these offsite levy payments. So if they've not made the payment, they do not get their construction security back. Pardon me. So that's just kind of our third line there of how we would mitigate that as a risk to the city of not collecting those. Our second revision here, which would be leaving the rates as specified in the development agreement. The risk that we've mitigated here is, again, as mentioned previously, it reduces the uncertainty for the developer and the city of the cost of the offsite levy to be collected in future years. And as mentioned already, this aligns the city on another point with other municipalities in the region. I'd like to open it now up for any questions specifically on the presentation or on the revisions that were made.
First of all, CAO, Mr. Edney.
Sure. Thank you, Worship. Excellent presentation, Madeline, as usual. I just wanted to add a couple of comments in for council. Just the major of these two practices, or these two changes, were driven by some of the feedback the mayor and I've been hearing in council in our meeting with developers and understanding how to better do business in Chestermere, and these were sort of two easy, low-hanging fruits that the team identified that could make a significant impact on how we're doing business. I just wanted to clarify, because I had to ask Kate the question just to make sure. So the biggest change that's happening is right now, if you're a Tier 1 developer and we ask you for 30% up front, you also have to put up a line of credit for 70% for the next 2 years. So essentially, you're being forced to pay up front anyways, and that this is going to remove that requirement of, if you're a Tier 1 or 2 or 3 developer, you pay your 30%, you pay your 30%, you pay your 40%. You don't have to also pay it and secure it at the same time. So it's a big issue for some of our developers, one who may happen to be in the room who understands this. It can tie up a lot of capital in two different ways, which again helps. This should be a helpful change to help them again, effectively use their capital in the proper places. So.
And none of these changes in the policy affect the formula, correct? Like, we haven't made any changes to the formula.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
And thank you. I have two questions, if that's all right. One of my questions is, what happens if our tiered developer goes insolvent or fails to meet the obligations? And I think you said something about the construction securities aren't being released. Is that an equal weight transaction, or is that will we be on the hook for a large amount of cost?
Ms. Doherty?
That's a really great question, Councillor Schindler. Where I want to point to is we aligned this policy with our securities policy. So the only developers who would be available to access this 30-30-40 are developers who have a proven track record in the city or have already invested, I believe, over $6.5 million in upfront ending agreements. So these are developers who have, to that point, a very strong track record. We understand who they are, and they've already invested significantly within our city. So those are the risk mitigations we have. So a developer who doesn't have a track record, who might be a smaller developer and we don't have that working relationship with and the proof of completion, would not even be eligible for this. So the risk has been mitigated through those mechanisms.
And my follow-up question to that is, what's the criteria, or how is the tier list developed, and how do we keep that public and open so that people aren't thinking that there's going to be a bag of money exchanged and then they're getting free access?
Ms. Doherty?
I'm bringing it up right in front of me, but it was included in the agenda package, policy 327. If you go to Appendix A, this is publicly available on our website. If you go under legislation, under bylaws and policies, it is a policy stated there. Appendix A describes that criteria. So it's on record and everyone is aware. Criteria for a tier 1 developer: they have successfully completed 7 or more developments within the city, or the developer has entered into front-ending agreements with the city totaling in excess of $6 million. Tier 2, developer successfully completed 5 or more development agreements. Tier 3 has completed at least 2 development agreements within the city. So these are the only 3 types of developers who would be eligible to go through this 30-30-40 phased OSL payments. If they have not completed 2 developments, or they have been involved in any kind of major breach of our terms and conditions, they would be obligated to pay the 100% of offsite levy payments at time of development agreement signing.
Just a quick follow-up.
Yep.
Is there going to be documentation for those criteria being logged on each developer that is available to the public to see, for the public to see, so that the public knows that we're making those decisions based on merit, not based on anything else? Does that make sense? Or could we?
Ms. Doherty?
That your question does make sense, Councillor Schindler. That had not been considered as of yet, of having that available. I think we would have to have a bit of a further conversation about the legality side of posting that information that I'm just unaware of at this time.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. If I may add to that, the criteria is very clearly laid out here. I think there just has to be an expectation. I know it's not always been that way in Chestermere, but that we are following what our bylaws and what our policies say. I do agree with Ms. Doherty that I don't know if posting that up on our website is something we should do or could do, but if anybody asked, we can share some of that information, I'm sure, as to what tier a particular developer is.
Yeah, I think that would be great to be able to have that in our back pocket, in case there's question. That's all. Thank you. Sorry.
Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Mr. Edney and to Ms. Fisk, thank you for the presentation, as always. One of the policy changes that I support is fixing the OSL at the time of the development agreement. I was hoping you could remind me what the scope and the timeline of a development agreement typically is. Is that typically one phase of a development, or is that a full ASP kind of scenario, or what are we looking at there?
Yeah, you'd be correct in your statement of the development agreement would be per phase.
Okay.
So we'd have one for phase 1, one for phase 2, and within each phase we'd have offsite levy payments, we'd have securities for the construction, all within individual phases.
And those phases typically take a couple of years, correct? They do?
Typically, yeah. So once they sign a development agreement, a developer, I believe, has 1 year to begin construction before we would need to revisit and potentially issue another agreement. But once they get started, underground construction, this is just a general timeline, normally takes a season, as well as surface work, so about a year, and then they'd get their building permits, which would take another year, so about 2 years before there's occupancy, but that would be a normal timeline, I would say, of once a development agreement is signed.
Sure, that's reasonable, and that makes sense in context. Follow-up question for that, for whoever would like to answer. does it still make sense to review the OSL annually if we're locking people in for a couple years at a time? Is that worth the administrative load of reviewing it every year? And I'll
Yeah,
leave
that
with you.
is. Sorry, thank you for your question. And that is a great question. I know that it has been brought forward previously. That is definitely something under consideration. I know the intent of the revisions today were minimal in what we really could review in this policy itself. We know that specifically these two revisions were a high priority on our end based upon those conversations we were having and knowing that the construction season is coming to an end here. But that's definitely something that we can keep in mind, and a more wholesome review of the policy, I believe, is worthwhile and definitely something on our radar. So I think our team can definitely look through that and bring it forward again.
Mr. Redney?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just to add on to that, I think you were also referencing the offsite levy bylaw. Is that as well, and the rates that go into the bylaw? Is that something we're legislated to do every year, or my understanding is we're doing it every year because of our significant pace of growth and it actually changing our timeline in some of our projects that go into the offsite levy? Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, you are understanding that correctly. Not many municipalities in the region would revise their bylaw annually, but from my understanding, it is truly based off of the amount of growth that we've been seeing, ensuring that our capital projects are in line and that we're constructing the proper infrastructure to support this growth. But I think once growth is a little bit more consistent, that's something worth considering.
Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to Mr. Edney and Ms. Fisk, thank you for the presentation. One basic question off the top. What's the benefit to the city?
Ms. Doherty?
I do.
I'm going to touch on this first, and then Madeline can add on that. The major benefit we see to the city is we're signing development agreements, and in that development agreement, we are stating that your offsite levy payments are X. We then receive a letter of credit for that value. But our current practice means that the next year that those numbers are going to change and they're not reflected in the signed contract. So now we have a letter of credit, a securities letter of credit for those offsite levy payments that upon the next year isn't even the full amount. So then we have this chicken and egg of, do we request a new security credit that we then reduce from, and then we have to submit reminder invoice payments that aren't in line with what we have signed. So right now, from the administration point of view, this is a giant, I didn't want to use the term time suck, but I will. It takes a lot of a full-time equivalent person to track this information when we're kind of just compounding errors. This creates a streamlined process for us where there's assurance on both sides of what those values should be, even between engineering and finance on our side. So it's a huge win for us to make our processes simpler, explainable, and understandable for anybody who steps into that role.
Thank you. That was a good answer. I appreciate that. I have a few more questions if I can go on. So I would argue that no developer is immune from insolvency or bankruptcy. So with that, and being a larger developer, how much risk is the city opening itself up to in that scenario? As in, like, we have a development agreement, the work's not done, it's a major development, and something happens, global event. How much exposure is the city then left with incomplete work, money, not enough money to finish capital projects? List goes on and on.
Correct. I'm sorry, Mark Rotham. I'm helping Madeline on this. So on that, we did look at that in the big picture. So basically, the way we've tied it into the development agreement is you can't get your CCC or your FAC, depending on where you are on those payments. So effectively, we've tied up your land. So we always have their land secured. So when they go through bankruptcy, that's still an asset to the developer. Mm-hmm. So at some point, it might delay us getting it. Worst case scenario, one of these major ones goes down, we still have that land available to secure those other projects in the future. Right? Okay. So the risk of that happening for a tier 1 or tier 2 or 3 is so small.
Sure.
On the smaller ones, we've had smaller developers not fulfill their obligations, and we had to go in there and fix those issues. but we've not had it on a big one. But if it did happen on it, we basically tied up their land.
Yeah. Okay.
And so that's their biggest asset as a developer. In a bankruptcy, that's all they would have left would be the laugh. So we're secured.
Do we have, sorry, Mark, do we have rights to that over secured creditors first?
No, but the issue is they would never be able to develop that land.
Okay.
That
There-
we hold the regulatory approval. So the value in that land is the fact that they can get approval to develop.
Absolutely.
So if they get it through bankruptcy, why do they want it in bankruptcy? So when they go to development, we'll make sure that we get our fees because they haven't paid it.
Thank you.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, just to add on that, I think the real simple answer is the next person who takes that out of bankruptcy is going to now continue on with those offsite levy payments and continue to do the work that's needed to get that
Perfect.
property back up to where it was planned to be developed.
Awesome. So I also have another suggestion down, Councillor Sambo's. Yes.
Councilor Wozzanowski? Thank you. I've been thinking about asking this question ever since Councillor, our Deputy Mayor asked the question, and Councillor Grant kind of brought the question about our risk. I hear that we have some security in regards to the land. I'm wondering how we're positioned from a contractual standpoint. Are we listed as a creditor? Do we have that? Or are we just a bunch of group of creditors if that event was to ever happen? And my second question to follow up to that would be, and I'm through our mayor, I think this would be directed to likely somebody from administration, Kent. But the second question to follow up on that is there any additional security that we ask of those tier one developers, such as maybe not guarantees, but insurables, anything like that? A lot of these developers may have multiple development companies, and they would set up some of those companies under their main umbrella to protect their own risks. And we have to be aware of those risks as they pertain to new developments within the city of Chestermere. So those two questions is, how are we listed as a creditor, if at all? Are we just a group of secured or unsecured creditors? Because yes, we would be at the end of a line of creditors probably looking for money, with the bank being first. And then the second question is there any other insurable product that they have to protect the OSLs from not being, being collected? Do we know? Ms. Doherty?
I can start on that. So under our development agreements, not only are we collecting securities and offsite levy payments, but we're also have proof of insurance for all of the developments. And so we have that. We know that the developers are insured. And you are correct that most developments are done under some version of a joint venture, and there's multiple parties in place for them. As far as being registered on the title, or where that stands with it is, in order for a typical development process to occur, we have to do a conditional approval of a subdivision. That allows a piece of land to then be chunked up and have and then start a development. In order to start any development that requires infrastructure, so roads, undergrounds, shallow utilities, those types of things, they have to enter into a development agreement. This is what's going to trigger our securities for that infrastructure the city will one day take over, as well as offsite levy payments. Prior to being able to actually sell any of the lots on that to turning any kind of profit, the city then needs to do the endorsement for that, which allows title to be raised. So we have all of these stopgaps in place, and we would not issue that endorsement for those sales of those homes until the infrastructure is in place. So it's a multiple steps where we are mitigating our risk through those mechanisms. And that is what's typically done in other municipalities. This Chestermere-ism of having this additional security requirement, to my point prior, was creating an administrative challenge on our end and was creating a financial challenge on the developer's end. So I think what's really important to understand is that to go from virgin land to a thing with houses on it and a community, there's a lot of different steps and a lot of different agreements that happen, and it isn't a stopgap. Only one development agreement captures absolutely everything. It's multiple departments and inspections, all the way from planning to building safety codes. So we have a layered approach to this. It's not all captured only in a development agreement.
Ms. Reddy?
Sorry, thank you, Your Worship. I do think Ms. Doherty captured it pretty properly. I think one of the big things when we're talking about offsite levies, we're always talking about really big projects, but this particular policy is addressing things that are relatively small in scope. One development agreement. You're not going to get on to 7 development agreements without having paid offsite levies on the previous one. And as Ms. Doherty noted, I know the offsite levies are a big part of the development, but they're actually really small when you think about all of the capital that the developer's going to put in to building the roads, building the houses, putting the infrastructure in. It's not, I think, a big risk. Again, administratively, there's a lot of checks and balances along that way to make sure that we're not left hanging with a really big bill at the end of the day on the city.
Councillor Narayan.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, through you and Mr. Kent to Ms. Fisk. I've got a different line of questioning here, and it has to do with the 2 different tier system that you've got, 1 to 3 and 4 to 5. So my understanding is that it's administration that determines the tier based on what you've explained. Now, what if a developer doesn't agree with the tier they're assigned? I understand that's still administrative, but is there a way to appeal that, or is that something that will be brought to council?
Ms. Doherty?
So under our policy 327, we define successful completion as a complete set of final acceptance certificates that were issued for the project by the city, and the developer can provide proof of such. So it's black and white. Either you have your FACs or you don't. And if you don't have your FACs, it means you didn't actually complete that phase of the development, which we would not deem to be successful. So I believe, with that clause, have removed subjectivity. It's either you can issue these certificates or you're unable to.
That's very good. I'm very satisfied with that. Thank you.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, through the chair to administration. I just had a few questions, or maybe even, me, slight comment. My concern largely is focusing around the offsite levy and how they work and the model of them is that we seem to be chasing all the time, and that by the time we get to the end, there's never enough, and inflation has usually eaten half of what we hope to build. So I don't know how we fix that, but as I sit here, that will be my goal, to try and help fix that, so that, and that doesn't have to be borne by the developer. I mean, there needs to be some ebbs and flows, give and take in that situation, but it is an issue. I know it's not an issue for us, it's an issue for all municipalities, but it is something that I hope we can come to an agreement on trying to rectify one day. And my last comment is, again, largely one of the reasons I'm sitting up here is because I'm from this area, and I want people in this area to do well. And part of that is I want the people in our developing areas to be able to unlock the land value themselves and to benefit from that land themselves. And I think this policy makes it more cumbersome on them, or more difficult, or at least unfair. Not unfair, or at least measurably different than a more wealthy person or a more established person. So I would like to just, again, I want to try and make it easier for our people to benefit. And if they choose to, if they want to sell and walk away, great. But if they want to go on that adventure and benefit from it, I want to make it easier for them at the end of the day. And I don't think our policies do that. And I kind of want to start making these policies reflect that better.
I appreciate the comment, and if I may comment in return and also just echo something that Kate had mentioned previously in regards to another question you had asked and mitigating the risk for the city and the benefit to the city of revising this policy. Truly, these are just steps in the right direction and doing exactly what you had addressed here. I know another way that we are mitigating this risk is by encouraging these higher performing developers. We're encouraging them to invest. We're encouraging them to have a higher performance so that we're secured on our end and so that they are actually benefited by this deferral of payments. Whereas before, with our deferral, it really wasn't an advantage to them. The rates would have increased significantly based off of the bylaw, and they would have to secure them. So by doing this, we are encouraging higher performance, better infrastructure within our city, and allowing them to have the opportunity.
Okay, so based on the discussion, I see possibly two motions. There's for sure one motion, which is the recommended motion that we see here. So I'm going to suggest that we move forward with the recommended motion, but council listening to the discussion and trying to, as I attempt to do through meetings of kind of consolidating the conversation, if you will. I'm thinking about comments, especially from Councillor Sambo and Councillor Grant, and then the response that we heard from Ms. Fisk as well. I see a second motion coming forward of a further review of the policy to come back to council, say by the end of December 2025, because I think Councillor Grant, that may speak to what you were getting at. Councillor Sambo, I think that would speak to what you were getting at, and Ms. Fisk, you even said like we'd love to do that. So I'm wondering, council, if we're comfortable, those are the two motions I'd like to see proceeding forward. Is that we proceed with the first motion and we test it and see how the first motion goes here in terms of the adoption of the policy, and then the second motion, more of an organic motion that we can play with, but just trying to capture the conversation in that second motion. First of all, Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I would support this policy and motion, and with the condition that there is an additional motion to do some of that work that I mentioned on how can we help that situation as well. We're going to help some developers make it easier on cash flows. How can we help the small developer do their part as well?
So let's not presuppose the first motion, and let's do that. And then Councillor Grant, would love your further input on the second motion that I'm suggesting. So can I have a councillor make the following suggested motion from administration, please? Deputy Mayor.
I move that council adopt the 2025 off-site levy policy number 320 revision as presented.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. So now turning to Councillor Grant, do you want to take a first swing, or do you want me to take a first swing at catching that? You're so eloquent. Want me to take the first swing? Okay. So Josh, I'm going to rely on your fast typing fingers here. So I'm going to make a suggested motion of being council direct administration to bring back policy, off-site levy policy 320, with the following considerations. And then Councillor Sambo, I think you had one that you wanted to add as a consideration in there. I didn't write it down. Or Councillor Grant, is there a specific consideration that you'd like to see them looking at? Starting with Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Are you referring to my comment about reviewing the bylaw and policy annually?
Yeah.
And that would be the one.
Okay. So the frequency of review of policy and bylaw. Did that capture that? Okay. Councillor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Were you going to reference a specific bylaw? I mean, what I was going to add was we have a lot of landowners that have small properties that want to get into developing those lands. And I think in reference to Councillor Grant's commentary, we want administration to look at a potential way, and I don't know how this motion will look. I know we started one. We want to be able to enable them to do that work. And a lot of them can't even afford, off-site levies. So how can we structure this motion to enable a conduit for some of those smaller developers to develop? I mean, that may be a loaded question, but that's basically what we're trying to do here, aren't we, Councillor Grant?
Yes, it is, absolutely.
To answer your first part of the question, it's bylaw 013-25.
I mean, is it even possible, I wonder?
Okay. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Josh, I think my point can be, so the next point, how policy and bylaw, how this policy and bylaw can help support residents in developing their land themselves. What's a better way to say that?
Landowners maybe instead of
Yeah.
residents.
Yeah.
Can further support
Yeah. For the
instead of help?
Yeah. Remove help, Josh. Oh, I guess leave that in there. Yeah.
No, remove the word help, yeah.
Yeah.
I see my microphone is still on. I also would just want to make the comment to Councillor Grant and to our mayor. We have to be careful also that we have an offsite levy bylaw for a reason. So we have to make sure that one isn't used against the other. Which is, I know it's a challenge. That's why I don't know if it's even possible. But in short, council, I mean, we haven't voted yet, but there seems to be some interest in finding a way to enable some of the smaller developers for success. So that's all I wanted to add.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, we also have to be, I agree with that. However, we also, you have to take care of the house, so to speak, too, right? So we want that to happen, but within development, there is continually, they need to connect to services, and there's a cost to that. They need to, there's criteria. This is gonna come up again in our MDP conversation that's gonna be coming up here in a few minutes with second reading. So I think how this policy can further support landowners in developing their land themselves, I think is broad enough. Looking to administration, I'm seeing some nods. It's broad enough, while at the same time we have a responsibility to all of our residents to ensure that a development's not able to move forward, not just from an insolvency standpoint, but to make sure that whoever is doing that development has the means by which they're able to pay the bills to do that development, whether big or small. Councillor Grant, you're good?
I agree.
Okay, and Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Piggybacking off of all of your comments and agreeing with everything that's been said so far, I suspect the report back from administration is going to say this is a really big policy decision and it will touch a lot of different bylaws and policies and other things as well. I wonder if another thing that could be done with this is sending it back to CDAC to consider things like the TRR and long-term implications and just all the different ways that this could be affected, because I don't think it's going to be just in these two policies that if council decided to go in this direction more fulsomely, that we would need to make some changes.
So are you wondering how does zoning have an effect on the policy? Is that what you're asking? Like if it's zone TRR, does that have an effect? Councillor Sambo?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. No, what I'm suggesting is that right now, all of our policy, all of our planning, all the way up to the MDP we're reviewing is assuming that smaller developers and landowners aren't doing much, maybe outside of TRR, right? So I suspect that when we get a report back, there's going to be some fingers of implications in other places. I wouldn't want to start making decisions on one policy and bylaw without considering the rest of that. You know, that's always my thing. So that's why I'm wondering if it went back to CDAC, whether they could consider this from an economic development perspective and consider all of these different branches that this might come to.
So then perhaps a third bullet point could be how this policy works in relation to other policies within the city. I'm trying to keep it broad enough where it, right? Mr. Edney?
No, thank you, Mayor Dean. I think you captured it. I was going to respectfully say that I don't think sending this to the CDAC committee is an appropriate thing to be doing. So I think that third bullet point captures that of look at the implications in a larger, and I do think a time frame of kind of at least December would be useful, because to Councillor Sandbo's point, the first bullet point is pretty simple. We could have that discussion right now. But the second one is going to take some further work to get some stakeholder engagement. Because you captured it correctly. I think the big challenge we see, respectfully to everyone who's listening, is a developer's a developer. I understand it's tougher for smaller developers, but if you're connecting in and into the same infrastructure as anybody else, it's really challenging for us to make a different exception. We could probably look at the security requirements or the payment requirements or work something along that way, but it's going to take a little bit of thought.
Yeah, and what I would say is one of the things that I think our administration demonstrates really, really well is I'm sure if we were to ask Ms. Fisk to come back up, she would have a whole list of things that she would like to see added to that. And so, I mean, the fourth bullet point, I say this in jest, Josh, you do not have to write this down. The fourth bullet point is everything else. But I think administration is just going to do that because that's what administration does, right? I think these are the highlights that we've been talking about. I was just trying to capture the conversation in this, and I think we'd leave the rest to administration because I am sure even given her interest immediately, right, when Councillor Sambo brought this up, there was that excitement there of thank you for asking that question. We'd love to take a more wholesome run at this, right? I think based on that response, I think we can trust administration's ability to come back with a more wholesome look. And I think that this, in my opinion, I would like to ask for a councillor to make the following motion because it sounds to me like these 3 bullet points cover it. And short of saying everything else, I think that administration is going to do that anyway. So can I have a Councillor Grant?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to make this motion if you're ready.
Yep.
I move that council direct administration to bring back policy 320, off-site levy policy with the following considerations.
Sorry, can I cut you off?
Absolutely.
By the end of December 2025.
Would you like me to restate?
Yeah.
Made some impact.
There we go. Okay.
I move that council direct administration to bring back policy 320, off-site levy policy with the following considerations by the end of December 2025. Frequency of review of policy 320 and bylaw 013-25, Chestmere off-site levy bylaw. How this policy and bylaw can further support landowners in developing their property themselves. How this policy works in relation to other policies within the city.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions from council? Councillor Warzanowski?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. My only comment is to the second bullet point and through yourself to administration. I know that's a loose request, but is it in the essence of that second bullet point, is that enough information for administration to say, hey, how can we get creative to provide maybe another conduit, I used that word earlier, for those landowners?
They're all nodding over there.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Okay. Any other comments, questions from council? Councillor Randawa?
Thank you, Your Worship. I have only question for the clarity bullet point second. It is when we say the landowner, they can develop their own themselves, which is, that's fine. So how we can consider some of them, they just want to build their own house or some of them. So how we can capture that? Can you give a little clarity for that?
No, that would be outside of this policy. Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Worship, through you to council. Yeah, that would be a completely separate policy. This is simply related to the offsite levy policy and nothing else.
Yeah. Great, thank you. Councillor Grant?
Thinking about Councillor Randawa's comment there, maybe we should add to the end of the second bullet point to urban density.
I wouldn't. Yeah.
I'm good.
Yeah. Okay. Any other comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. Great, thank you. And that's carried unanimously. So, I'm going to do something that's probably going to be unpopular here, but I'm looking to the colleague to my left here and see his coffee cup is empty, and knowing my crew up here as well as I do, and every hour or so they get a little squirrely and need a break. I know that we were supposed to start at 10. I'm going to suggest that we take a quick 5-minute break to refill some coffees and some waters and things like that, and we will open the public hearing at 10:25. Thanks, everyone. going to be, can I have a counselor make the following motion, please, to open the public hearing? Deputy Mayor Schindler.
I move that council open the public hearing for bylaw number 031-25, being the short-term rental bylaw, at 10:27 a.m.
Great, thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Any individual or group that wishes to present at the public hearing must register on the designated sign-in sheet. These were at the front. If you're looking to speak and did not have an opportunity to do so, the sheets are still in front of me. We have one for in favor and one that is in opposition. The public hearing is being recorded and live streamed and will be available to view on our website. The use of audio or video recording devices and cameras by the public or press is prohibited. The way that our public hearings work, the process is we will have a staff report from administration. Because of the nature of this bylaw, I don't believe that we have an applicant who is applying because essentially it's our bylaw. Presentations, we will then have any presentations from the public that are in support of the proposal. We will then have presentations from the public that are in opposition of the proposal. Rebuttal presentation will then come from staff addressing anything that was said in opposition, and then any kind of final questions that we have of administration from council. There is also an ability to phone in. I will give that phone in number both at the opposition time and in favor time. We'll be giving out that number in preparation for that, though. If you are looking to call in, the phone number will be 587-579-3099. That will become available after we have our presentation from staff. But again, that number on the screen is 579-3099. With that, I'm now going to call for the staff presentation, and the staff presentation this morning is coming from Josh David, Planner 1. Apparently, I was just mixing your first and last name together. You're now Dosh David, apparently. Sorry.
Good morning.
You're good.
Good. Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. All my comments will be made through the chair to Mayor and Council. Today I will be presenting a request for decision regarding proposed amendments to the land use bylaw to address short-term rentals in the residential Lakeshore R1L district. On May 27th, 2025, Council directed administration to proceed with the development of a short-term rental bylaw and to review the land use bylaw as it applies to properties zoned R1L. Subsequently, at the June 24th regular meeting of Council, Council gave first reading to bylaw 031-25, and the proposed amendments included adding a definition for short-term rentals in section 2.2, which would read, short-term rentals means the business of providing temporary accommodation for compensation in a dwelling unit or portion of a dwelling unit for periods of up to 180 consecutive days. And the second amendment was to amend section 10.5.6, the additional requirements in the R1L section, to add a part C, which would explicitly prohibit short-term rentals in the district. Council also approved the scheduling of a public hearing for today, July 22nd, 2025. Notice of the public hearing was posted to the city's public notices webpage for at least 2 consecutive weeks in accordance with both the MGA and the city's digital advertising bylaw. Since these motions were passed, administration has received the preliminary data from the 2025 municipal census, which reveals that a majority of the R1L respondents, about 70%, were against the implementation of short-term rentals in the R1L district. So 327 R1L households, which included East and West Chestermere Drive, as well as parts of the Cove, participated in the census and answered the question, which is on the screen there. So it is important to highlight that in the current land use bylaw neither defines nor identifies short-term rentals as either a permitted or a discretionary use in any of our districts. So as such, short-term rentals are not currently allowed in Chestermere under our current bylaw. If approved, this amendment would not alter the list of permitted uses, but rather it would provide greater clarity. While concerns have been raised regarding possible economic impacts for residents who rely on short-term rental income, the risk is seen as minimal given that the use has never actually been legally permitted in the city. Ultimately, the value of these amendments lies in enhancing transparency for affected landowners by formally clarifying the city's existing interpretation of the bylaw. Thank you very much. Are there any questions?
Looking to council, I have a couple of questions, but looking to council first, if you have any questions for our presenter. Councilor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. This is just a comment through yourself to Mr. Edney. I noticed there's a huge subscription of lakefront owners who actually did the census. Are we seeing similar subscription in other communities? I mean, 300 and something residents, there's only, I mean, that's almost everybody in the lake.
Mr.
It just shows how engaged that community is in the census and certainly other things.
Yeah,
Sure.
through the chair, I think we've seen about 94, 95% participation across the city. So it's actually been very healthy across all boards. But yeah, I think given this question being on there, I think we saw a little bit more response from the lakefront
Thank
owners.
Great, thank you. I'll watch my screen to see if anybody starts blinking here. A couple questions that I have. So I had a level of confusion when I was reading the report as I was preparing. And the level of confusion that I had to do with, as a result, short-term rentals are not allowed within the city of Chestermere under the existing bylaw. So if they're not allowed, but we know that there's some that are happening. So I see a contradiction there. So I was just wondering, I was just confused within that statement about how they're existing currently. How then are we enforcing the current bylaw? But then also, and this question came as early as this morning, like 10 minutes ago, I had a resident ask me, how will enforcement change with regards to this? So should we pass this bylaw, how would enforcement on this change? Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'll tackle this one. This is kind of a complicated issue. So as Josh has pointed out, yeah, technically short-term rentals aren't allowed under our land use bylaw. One of our concerns administratively is I'm not sure everybody understands exactly how a land use bylaw works. You and I have had some of this discussion of my logic in most laws everywhere is I'm allowed to do anything I want until you tell me I'm not allowed to do it. So our concern is a lot of people are operating under that, where we haven't said, unless you go into the land use bylaw, people are kind of under the assumption that it's something they can do. For clarity, they can't do it. If they came to get a business license to do it, we wouldn't approve it because it's not a use. But of course, these are operating as unlicensed businesses. So one of the challenge and why this review came up as well, too, is we do acknowledge administratively there are no lodging options in the city of Chestermere right now. Short-term rentals is obviously, I'm speaking citywide, not just on the lakefront. So citywide, this is something we wanted to review to get some clarity from council of, would there be some situations in our city where having short-term rentals would be permitted? I think one of the challenges we're seeing with the current short-term rentals is the uses they're using them for. They're renting them out for parties and weddings and large groups of people that just cause general disturbance to everybody. We were wanting to bring back not just the bylaw change, but also a policy that states things like maximum number of occupants, rules people need to abide by, having an owner readily available to attend and assist, mechanisms to enforce against the owner, all sorts of different things to make short-term rentals potentially a viable thing to have in the city, but not, and also give us some more enforcement levels. So it's one of those things where I can't comment kind of before my term as to why we were maybe not enforcing on these as much, but that's part of where we've been. We've been trying to enforce as much as we can around the noise bylaw and dealing with some of the, on the lakefront, especially a couple of the owners. But again, you know, We ran in last year where I think at one point we had 2 CPOs on staff. So we just didn't have the bandwidth to necessarily deal with these properly. So this whole process is intended to get us to a point where we have a good mechanism to properly deal with the short-term rental bylaws. Why there seems to be some nuance or the question of why are we even doing this today is one of the biggest areas where we've heard the feedback is from the lakefront properties. There is a restrictive covenant on there that prohibits rentals as well. So really we see this as we were going to likely address this way in the larger short-term rentals bylaw, which we have a report coming next week for in September, but I believe there was some urgency from council's perspective to at least address the lakefront part. So this is a little bit ahead of the larger bylaw to address all short-term rentals in the property or in the city, just to focus on the lakefront, where we are seeing really the majority of the problems with Airbnbs. We're not getting complaints elsewhere in the city.
Great, thank you for that. I think, and so then, just to clarify, to your understanding, none of the short-term rentals that are in the city of Chestermere right now, whether lakefront or not, none of the short-term rentals right now would have a business license. Is that correct? That, to your understanding? Mr. Edney?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, to you and council. That is my understanding. As I understand the process when somebody applies for a business license, we work through the land use bylaw and all of our other bylaws as to whether it's a prohibited, like an allowed business or not. So it wouldn't be an allowed business, so none of them would have a business license.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Just as a follow-up through yourself to Mr. Edney, if we do include some language in a future short-term rental bylaw with the entire city, I assume we would rescind this, and if this gets passed, just make it all consistent so there's a single short-term rental bylaw in the future. Yes, there is some urgency, but the city also needs a short-term rental bylaw for the city at large.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, to Councillor Worzanowski. Yeah, I would see this as the first draft of the short-term rental bylaw addressing the R1L properties, and then we would expand on this bylaw to include the rest of the city, and that's going to be one of the discussions. Next week is what did the census feedback look like elsewhere in the city, and what has our engagement shown us in different areas, you know, whether it's Chelsea or Kinniburgh or the lakefront. So yes, this won't be the entire policy. I think it'll be an expanded bylaw, but if council passes this in its format, we would keep that intact in the new bylaw.
Great, thank you. Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Actually, I just need to add a little bit comment, which one just I heard a couple of days ago from the residents of Lakeshore Manor, because right now they are very full in the house. So when their kids come and meet them, sometimes they came from far away. Before Lakeshore Manor provide them, like there is a guest suite, but now they are fully, and they have the waiting list. They don't have any extra rooms to provide to the family to come and see their seniors. And some said like sometime their kids for a day or two stay with them, and but they are looking for kind of short-term rental because we don't have no hotel or anything. So that's what only one feedback I got it a couple of days ago. I just want to provide before we further go to for those senior, and we know it's full, it's 80 people is there, and they all not locally, and some of them from bit far, and their families live there, their kids, they come and see them. Some they can return during the day, but some they cannot.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, to Councillor Randhawa. Yeah, you're correct. That's something we also hear in our engagement, which is why we want to bring back that larger short-term rental. Ironically, I think Lakeshore Manor was the city's only hotel at one point. So that is something where we want to look at it more comprehensively, and we will bring a report to next week's GAP meeting to share our findings and advise council on the direction we're going to proceed for bringing something in September.
Yeah, I think, council, for all of us, I think we've made it very clear. Today we are dealing with lakefront. And moving forward, we're going to be dealing with the rest of the city. So I would encourage us to just deal with Lakefront at the moment and really focus on that, because we've been very clear that there is going to be a subsequent conversation that's going to be happening for the rest of the city moving forward. So with that, are there any final questions? Sorry, not final questions, because you'll have another opportunity. Are there any further questions that you currently have for our presenter? With regards to this, you will have opportunity again after we hear from the public. Okay, seeing none. So now I'm going to be, thanks Josh. I'm sorry, did you have anything further before I moved on?
Just one point of clarification. So by adding the definition into the bylaw, if this does pass here today, it doesn't mean that they will be allowed elsewhere. Nothing will change from our land use bylaw perspective. It's just adding the definition into it. So just because we are specifically prohibiting them in the R1L district, nothing for any other districts will change. They'll still be prohibited in those as well. And there'll be more information on that in next week's report.
Yeah, that's the future conversation. Yeah. Awesome, thank you. Okay, so with that, I'm now going to be calling for presentations from the public that are in support of the bylaw. So I'll be calling for presentations that are in support. You will have 5 minutes for your presentation. If you would like to call in, again, that phone number is 587-579-3099. Again, if you would like to call in, this is for in support of the bylaw. 579-579-3099. I do have 3 names that are on the sheet, so I'm going to be calling those in order. When you come, if you could just state your name and address, and then these are people that are speaking in favor of the bylaw. So first of all, I have Ken Friesen. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor Dean and Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. Josh has covered a lot of points, and so has administration. So I'll go through my presentation rather quickly. It might be a little bit of duplication on it. But approximately 80 Airbnb or VRBO properties now advertise lodging in Chestermere, of which 10 are lakefront homes. In 2024, there were 60 total short-term rentals, so numbers are growing. Lakefront property short-term rentals are unique, often advertised as resort-style properties, and given the close proximity to Calgary, they attract events and parties as opposed to providing alternative, affordable housing to guests visiting our community. By the summer of 2023, the challenges arising from the R1L short-term rental properties had escalated to a tipping point, and lakefront owners reached out to the Chestermere Lakefront Owners Association and the city for help. By 2024, large events and parties and rentals were common, and summer weekends in the lakefront neighborhood was full of constant chaos. CLFOA sent a survey to lakefront owners to understand the issues. Identified rented issues included excessive noise, parking challenges, driveway blocking, trespassing, unsafe lake behavior, use of boats and other watercraft putting themselves and lake users at risk. Physical disruption, including confrontational behavior to neighbors, and personal safety concerns. Despite reassurances that neighbors could call the RCMP or bylaw, the answers are generally that nothing can be done. And telling the renters to stop is a temporary fix at best. Raising issues with owners is a challenge. Many are absentee owners, and it can be difficult to know who they are. Contacting VRBO or Airbnb gets no response. The CLFOA surveyed the R1L owners in early 2024 to determine whether use of R1L properties as short-term rentals was an issue to raise with the city, potentially prohibited through a bylaw. Over 102 households responded. 75% said no to short-term rentals. 17% said yes. 8% were indifferent. 70% said yes to long-term rentals being allowed. The survey The survey results for a bylaw was shared with the city in a formal letter via email at 2 meetings with city staff and some council, CLFL members, and in various forms. We informed them. The CLFO board researched data regarding various communities who have short-term bylaw rentals to learn more, consulted with legal advice on restricted covenant enforcement, and prepared its arguments to support members' concerns. In addition, a resolution was voted on at the October 2024 annual general meeting of the CLFOA, and the vast majority of the members voting in person and by property in favor of prohibiting lakefront short-term rentals by the City of Chestermere short-term rental bylaw. Residential lakeshore properties, except the Cove, already have covenants in force that restrict rentals, leases, secondary residence, and commerce. R1L owners may seek judicial remedy in the courts. However, a city bylaw means a consistent approach to short-term rentals on R1L lake lots is in place to ensure neighbors are not forced into legal battles with neighbors to defend the covenant, and the rules are clear to all R1L owners. CLFO supports the city's proposed bylaw number 031-25, which remedies the immediate challenge for affected properties and amends the city land use bylaw number 020-24. The city has proposed changes, and CLFOA agrees in sections 2.2 and 10.3.6. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. Second name on the list, I have Krista Hebert. Sorry?
Lynn?
Lynn's going to go first? Okay. Lynn Elkin apparently is going to go first.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Lynn Elkin, and I live at 756 West Chestermere Drive. I'm not going to get into all the details. We do support, as a household, the submission that came from the lakefront owners and the items in it. I'm here as someone who is directly affected with Airbnb next door, and another one, a large one that advertises an event venue within earshot. So I just want to touch on a couple of things that are specific that I've heard said by different people. So first of all, everyone who owns on the lake should be aware of the covenant. Regardless of whether somebody told them something, yes or no, or whatever, or what you could do, everyone, when you receive your legal documents for owning your house, you either get a copy of the covenant or you get your actual legal registration for your property, right, from land titles. And right on there, it lists all the covenants. And as a homeowner, I don't know about anybody else, but if there's something on there that I don't want it is, I go and read it and make sure I am aware of what those restrictions are. So every homeowner, they may choose to do some things thinking they can get away with it for a while, or we'll do this for a while till someone tells us to stop. But every owner, from the point of ownership, has the legal documents that tell them they are not allowed to rent, no commerce, no business in those properties. And that document has been in place for a long time. Like any other legal document, they don't get old. The property on your house, the title on your house, just because it's 20 years old or 30 years old, it doesn't make it less relevant. It's still your house and it's still a document. The same with those restrictive covenants. I did hear a comment made in council at one point that, but it's really old. Doesn't matter that it's really old, it's a legal document and it's still in standing. I just want to talk about a little bit of the difference, and Ken touched on a little bit about short-term rentals on the lakefront. I believe that they are significantly different than in other places. They are often advertised as event rentals, as Ken said. They're an event destination, and summer goes from the day that water goes in until the day the water goes out. There are rentals that continue in the winter, but they're outside a little bit less. But even then, people are outside, and there are some of the same issues. It's not like a hotel. When I go stay somewhere in a hotel, I don't know about you, but I don't tend to stay in the hotel room. I go to wherever the destination is, right? And to do whatever I'm doing. These are more like those verbal commercials. That's the building itself that you lease as a short-term rental on the lake, that is the destination. And it's partly, I see that because they're advertising 10 to 12 bedrooms in a house, and they're advertising them for events and weddings and other things. So it's a little bit different than another short-term rental might be. In my experience, we do have the one down the lake, and we can hear the noise from it. It's one of the ones that advertises regularly as an events rental into Calgary. They run ads. The house next door sold last year. Before that, we had great neighbors. These people are very nice. They're very private. They've only been in it for a short period of time, and all of a sudden there were other people in the yard, and things were starting to happen. Well, it turns out they decided to go on an extended time away, and they listed their property. I thought, what's going on? They had listed it as an Airbnb. The reason I'm bringing this up is because there was a comment that we can put rules in place. We have found that the rules are not particularly effective. These people had put, you can only have a certain number of people in the house, you can't have pets, you can only have a certain number of cars, you can only have noise up to a certain point. None of those things were followed. We had no way of getting hold of them. We didn't know where they were or where they'd gone, and we didn't have their number. We called the listing agents, and they basically said, for Verbo and Airbnb, and they said, well, we can't do anything. And there were tons of people in there, 3, 4 in the morning on a work day, out partying in the yard, partying in the house, but with all the windows open. So if you've got 40 people in the house with all the windows open and they're partying hard, it's pretty loud. So, so just be aware that you can say you'll make restrictions on the rules, but if there is nobody who can call, if you called Bylaw, they will come, maybe. They might tell you they can't do anything, or they might talk to the people, and that's great for the 5 minutes that they're there. And 10 minutes after they leave, it doesn't necessarily hold. So it is a challenge for the kinds of rentals that happen on the lake. So that's it. I'm glad to see that you will have us, if you pass this, not have neighbor against neighbor, because that's been a challenge for us with the covenant. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Are you coming now? Okay, Chris. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Your Worship and Council. My name is Krista Hebert. I am a lakefront homeowner, and I also sit on the CLFOA board. I wanted to come here today to kind of add on to a few things that you've heard Ken and Lynn speak about, and also thank you, Josh David, for your presentation. It's just so imperative that this is taken into consideration. I sit here today, I look at the maps hanging on the wall with the lake right as the heartbeat of our community. I am on our board to help preserve the integrity of our lake, and I hope to raise my children in this community and never move again. I am such a passionate advocate for our community. So being a lakefront homeowner, I have been living next door to an Airbnb for over 3 years, and the ownership has just switched within the last 6 months to new owners who introduce themselves to us with excitement that they have no intentions to live in the home next door, but to rent it out. And they're very excited about it. It's listed on VRBO as event space. And now I'm living next door to a home, an absolutely beautiful home that is neglected during the week. The grass grows about 1.5 feet high until we know that another event is rolling in, and then the lawn gets manicured. I'm out in the lake with my children, and there is piles and piles of weeds that start to accumulate that don't get attended to. So there's a massive negligence of care that goes into place when you don't have someone living in the home, and they're only kind of being maintained by cleaners that roll in after an event. And more recently, with the new owners that have been there for less than 6 months, with this lovely new event space that they're advertising, there's been upwards of 100 people at the house next door. So it has completely impeded on our privacy and our ability to enjoy our space. But I look at it even bigger than that. If this continues to happen and people think this is a great way to invest their money and make some revenue off of a beautiful home on the lake, which is a residence as event space, and make some money, what's going to ever be in place to protect this from happening all around the lake, which is the heartbeat and center core of our community? It brings in so much riffraff and you know, even just the boats, the cars, the vehicles, the questionable attendance, and what happens late at night when music continues, even if they're calling or you know, calming down at their time, 11 p.m., and start to quiet things down. You have numerous cabs in front of my house, people spilling out onto the road, waiting for their, you know, cabs to come pick them up, sitting on my driveway, urinating everywhere. Like, it's crazy. But in addition to that, my plea here today is to really see and understand the impact. A lot of people don't recognize how important it is until they're living next door to it. And I think ignorance is bliss unless you're directly affected by it. When you're sitting in your backyard with your children and there's a stag or stagette happening next door with strippers showing up and you have children, it's like unbelievable this is happening. I call our non-emergency line, and unfortunately right now there's no enforcement that is really taking it into another consideration to actually enforce any bylaws. They basically ask me every single time whether I see contraband or weapons, and I'm like, I have no idea. Do you want me to go next door and ask if there's contraband or weapons? I don't know. I'm uncomfortable in my own home, and there's really not anything protecting the integrity of my home that I own and pay taxes on and maintain and preserve and contribute to the lake and pulling weeds and everything else other than a noise bylaw. So basically we wait till these parties wrap up at 11, and when they do or if they do or don't, that's kind of the only leg I have to stand on, is to call the police and say, this is still carrying on. It's a disruption to our peace. So just kind of adding a personal touch of what it feels like to live next door to that, in addition to all the other things that they've already presented here today. So just wanted to add that in. So thank you very much.
Okay, great. Thank you. That brings us to the end of the list that I have here on the sheet. So brings me to the end of the list that I have here on the sheet. So I'm now going to call for a first time for anyone else that would like to speak in favor of the bylaw. Calling a first time for anyone that would like to speak in favor of the bylaw. Calling a second time for anyone who would like to speak in favor of the bylaw. Before I call for a third and final time, turning to the Ledge Services, are there any phone calls coming in to speak in favor? Great, thank you. And I do believe that we had some submissions that were submitted as part of the agenda package. So we have those submissions that were submitted. Do we have anything that came in after the deadline that are in favor? Okay, so other than the ones that are already public in our agenda package, we had no other submissions that came in favor. We have no phone calls that have come in favor. So I will call for a third and final time for anyone that would like to speak in favor of the bylaw. Okay, thank you. So then, next portion of our public hearing is anyone that would like to speak in opposition. So I'll be calling 3 times again for anyone that would like to speak in opposition of the bylaw. Same process. You will have 5 minutes to present. And then, so yeah, I'm looking at the sheet. I have nobody on the sheet who has signed in to speak in opposition of the bylaw. So no one is on the sheet. So I will call for a first time if any member of the gallery would like to speak in opposition of the bylaw. Just repeating the phone number, if you would like to call in to speak in opposition, that's 587-579-3099. If you would like to call in to speak in opposition of the bylaw. I will now call a second time for anyone that would like to speak in opposition of the bylaw. Before calling for a third time, turning to Legislative Services. Legislative Services, I know that in our agenda package, there was one submission for in opposition. Did we receive anything else after the deadline in opposition? So nothing to add there. Has there been any phone calls come in opposition? No phone calls have come in. Okay, thank you. And then calling for a third time, third and final call for anyone that would like to speak in opposition of the bylaw. Okay, I'm going to call our presenter back up. So there's no need to speak to anything in regards to anyone speaking in opposition, because nobody did. So there's no applicant rebuttal process for this. Are there any final comments from administration and or, first of all, any final comments from administration?
Not for me.
Great, thank you. Any final questions from council to administration? Okay, thank you. With that, I'm going to call for a motion to close the public hearing, please. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council close the public hearing for bylaw number 031-25, being the short-term rental bylaw at 11:02 a.m.
Great, thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. With that, then, I think it would be appropriate to move right on to 8.1.1, which is request for decision for bylaw 031-25, which is a short-term rentals bylaw, again being presented by Josh David.
Yep, so I won't go over the whole report again. Administration's motion request today is that council give second reading to bylaw 031-25, being amendments to the land use bylaw 2024 as amended, and that council give third and final reading to bylaw 01-25, being amendments to the land use bylaw 2024 as amended. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Just making note that if you want somebody to present a motion, I'm prepared to do that, to give second reading.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions with regards to the bylaw from anyone from council before we proceed? Seeing none, Councillor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I motion council give second reading to bylaw 031-25, being amendments to the land use bylaw 020-24 as amended as shown in bylaw 031-25.
Great, thank you. Are there any comments, questions, or amendments that anybody from council would like to see with regards to the bylaw? Seeing none, call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. And can I have the motion for third and final reading, please, Councillor Narayan?
So move the council give third and final reading to bylaw 031-25, being amendments to the land use bylaw number 024-24 as amended as shown on bylaw number 031-25.
Great, thank you. Any comments or questions from council? Thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
What's next?
Okay, we're now going to move to item 8.1.2, which is request for decision on the municipal development plan. This is being presented by Liz Armitage, planning consultant. Good morning.
Good morning. All my comments today are through the CAO and the mayor to all of council. I am here today to present the second reading of the municipal development plan, and potentially third, ultimately up to council's decision on all of this. We do not have a PowerPoint today. Rather, we do want to draw your attention to the attachment, which is municipal development plan notes, where we talked about all of the items that council identified in their motion last week. And I do want to acknowledge that we went through each one. We have identified with our consultant the response, if it was completed or incomplete, and the page numbers that it was impacted. There are a few that we did not complete, which is what I want to draw your attention to. The first one is consistency with graphics. It is 95% complete, and the reason for that is on page 18, if you scroll down to page 3 on what's in front of you, that one was not changed out, as the 4 pictures of housing typologies from the CMHC have a very valuable reference, and that's why they were included. All the other images, we did have our comms team go through. So for clarity's sake, what happened was all images in this document were provided to our consultant from our comms team through the planning group. And so any ones that were stock photos, they identified and we have switched them out. But these are the 4 in particular that we do believe should stay in the document. And they are cited as where they are from, and that's because they show different types of accessory dwellings. And we thought that visual would be helpful and harder to source locally. So, and CMHC, the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, is a very well-known and respected organization for this type of a material. As well, in this list, if we continue down, on page 7, we have another one that said change shall for stormwater management plan. We went back through the video for this item in particular, and we were supposed to come back before the meeting ended and get a reference to it. Without that reference, we could not determine what policy this was in regards to, so we have not made the change. We searched and identified policy 4.4.6.2D related to technical studies, but I don't think that that was what we were referencing. So we weren't comfortable making this change, and we are looking for a bit more direction on this one before we make that change. The next page as well, on page 68, there was a item to have a mosaic of Chestermere pictures. Simply could not do it in the 48 hours we had to be able to make the changes and bring it back. So our consultants have asked for more information on what you want in a mosaic, and essentially it's something that could be done if council still wants to do that. They are just looking for a bit more information and time. And then if we continue down on page 11 and 12, these items were not requested by council. However, as we went through the document, they are items we identified between the consultant and administration, being the planning team. And they're very minor in nature, but they were ones we felt needed to be addressed. For example, the word riparian areas / corridors contained in the definition was not referenced in the document to corridors, so we were making things consistent. Another one is the word parkland under policy 4.4.2.8 was meant to read park end, and the L got added and put together. So a correction there. It was identified to us that all of our maps had 241A labeled as 240A. So we fixed that. Map 2, the future rec center, was in the legend, but it wasn't actually on the map. Addition of existing industrial designation was added to the northwest corner of the north acreages. We also changed high dash density to high density, again for consistency between how we were referring to low and medium density and throughout the document. We changed employment area to employment areas with an S. All the numbers in the table of contents, maps, and figures have been updated. And we also figured out that all of the tables 4, 5, 6, and 7 were meant to be 2, 3, 4, and 5. And if we go to the next page as well, basically we did some more updates of the table of contents. So we just want to be very clear with council, any changes we made within the document so that you're aware of them. I know that council's going to have a lot of questions for me and potentially other administration that is here today, and we are happy to answer questions.
Great, thank you. So I have been doing a lot of thinking about process for today, because there's some things that I would like to bring forward as some changes to it. And I'm wondering, so instead of going right to second reading, what I would propose is that, and some of them I think are going to go very quickly, and I think there's going to be debate on others. And so what I would recommend, and looking to administration if can have support on this, and what I mean by that is, do you think that this is acceptable under procedure? What I would recommend is that a councillor or mayor comes forward and says the thing that they would like to see changed. We have it as a motion and we vote on it. After we vote on all of those motions, then when we get to second reading, then we say second reading as amended as per all those motions that we just made. How does that, Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Through you to council, that process will meet legislative requirements and provide some clarity for administration, so I support that.
Okay. So thank you. So in the interest of time, Josh, I'm going to really I hope you warmed up today because I'm about to give you some. I think some of these are going to be very easy, and I think some are going to require debate. And so for the first one is on page 24. By pages, I'm referring to the pages of the MDP, not our agenda package. But on page 24 of the MDP, 91 of the agenda package, I would like to make a motion that we change 25,000 to 30,000. So we know that we're over 30,000. We know that from the census data. That's going to become more public here shortly. So why not just within our MDP, just acknowledge it now that we are currently over 30,000. So I would like to have a motion to council change wording on page 24 of the MDP from 25,000 to 30,000. So if I could have a councillor make the following motion, please, and open up for debate. Councillor Sambo.
I can make that motion if you like, your worship. I was just noting below it, it also says city is expecting to triple its population to 75. So there's some additional language in there that would need to change. Should we expand out the motion to capture that change as well?
Sure. Do you want to add that into the motion?
Sure. What if we said, I move that council change the wording on page 24 of the MDP from 25,000 to 30,000 and ensure the rest of the paragraph aligns with that. It aligns.
Yep. Because basically what you're saying is take out the word triple, for example. Yeah, because then the triple doesn't work. Okay, I like that. Okay. So can you make that as a formal motion, please? Councillor Sambo?
Sure. I move that council change the wording on page 24 of the MDP from 25,000 to 30,000 and ensure the rest of the paragraph aligns.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. The next one I would like to bring forward is on page 26, and I'm just going to jump in. And I'm expecting some debate on this, or maybe not. Maybe we're all in alignment. This is on page 26, item number 4.1.1.3. I am recommending that we make a motion to change it from shall to should. So this is in relation to the 8 UPA, and I'm saying that we change it from shall to should, and happy to take debate on this one and comments from administration. So turning to administration, Ms. Armitage.
Thank you. We do want to give a bit of information on this one in some information that we have with the City of Calgary. We are aware that they are looking to do a temporary policy for their, hold on, I need to pull up the wording, for their city's regional water, wastewater, and stormwater servicing policy. They are anticipating to bring that forward to their council on July 29th. And so depending on what is in that policy, and this is a direct result of their policy references place types. Place types no longer exist because the CMRB no longer exists. And so we are anticipating that on July 29th, we will see a report. We do not know what that report contains, with a temporary policy and a long-term update being done in 2026. So I'm sharing that as we might have a lot more information if we come back with this in September on what we're going to be bound to in other agreements or not. We might not, I don't know, but just a very important timeline that I think you guys want to be aware of on the density stuff.
Okay, thank you. So I want to be really careful that we don't start debating before we make the motion, because I'm ready to debate that point in particular right now myself. So do I have so before moving to debate, Councillor Sambo, was yours question? Okay.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to note that there are four policies where it references the 8 UPA. Could we include all of them, or would you like to address each separately?
I think we address each separately.
Okay.
No. Kent says no. Kent says I'm wrong. Mr. Edney?
Yeah, for consistency, I don't think you can say it in one place in the document, should, and shall in a different place.
We just do it all in one motion.
All either should or shall throughout the entire.
Okay, so then we will do it all in one motion. Okay. 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 Can you list them, Councillor Sambo, please?
Certainly, Your Worship. The four are 4.1.1.3, 4.6.1.4, 4.6.2.4.
Yep.
It was 4.6.2.4.
Sorry, just caution on that one. That one is a must, not a shall.
That,
Is it not?
That would be correct. I would suggest perhaps we could say just downgrading all instances to should.
From shall or must. That work?
Sure.
Perfect. Okay.
And the final one was 5.11.2.2.
Okay.
Thank you.
So this is the proposed motion. Does anybody want to make any changes to the proposed motion before we debate it? Okay. Do I have a counselor willing to make the following motion, please? Counselor Sambo?
I can certainly make that motion. I move that council change the wordings in sections 4.1.1.3, 4.6.1.4, 4.6.2.4, and 5.11.2.2 from shall or must to should.
Great, thank you. With that motion on the floor, I can't wait to see how much my screen's about to light up. Mr. Redney, you were first.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just through to council, are we 100% certain that those are the only four clauses that cover the 8 UPA, or would you like to put a reference in there to, or any other clauses that reference a minimum of 8 UPA, just to be safe?
I'm good with that, yeah.
I can't offer friendly
or any other
amendments, but
clauses.
if I was a councillor, that'd be a friendly amendment.
That include 8 reference to
20 units per hectare or 8 units per acre.
to 20 UPH or 8 UPA. Reference to 20 units per hectare or 8 units per acre. Okay. Deputy Mayor Schindler.
I just have a quick question through the chair to administration. I'm noticing in later portions of this agenda today, there are references to this, the new MDP, or the one that's being worked on, as being a must meet 8 UPA. I'm wondering how that, if we make this change, how that will affect the rest of the agenda today.
Ms. Armitage?
Jeevan will be addressing that in her presentation. That applicant has requested to go forward under a review of the new MDP on the assumption it is approved, which means the timing of that third reading can't happen until after the MDP third reading, and should council make changes, there would have to be changes done to that one as well. That applicant is aware of that, and so we would anticipate trying to schedule third reading of the MDP before third reading of that one, and there might be some tweaks that need to be made.
Great, thank you. I'm going to make a comment and then open up to feedback from administration on this as to why I'm proposing this change. The reason I'm proposing this change is under the CMRB, we had to follow the 20 units per hectare and the 8 units per acre. We had to. It was part of the plan documents. The CMRB was dissolved, and I want to be clear about this. The reason the CMRB was dissolved is the province pulled the funding. That's why it was dissolved. Then a decision was made subsequent, but the funding was pulled first. And that has not been captured within our presentations. And I think that that's really important to highlight. That is not to in any way, shape, or form throw the province under the bus. It is simply to highlight a fact. The funding got pulled, and then the members of the CMRB, subsequent to that decision, had to figure out what they were going to do, if we were going to fund it, what that was going to look like, what did that mean. And so as somebody who is on that board and was involved in making that decision, I can tell you that the decision was heavily influenced by the removal of funding. The second reason I'm in support of this motion. The second reason I am in support of this motion has to do with if a developer, the argument that gets made is developers need to meet this threshold of density in order to be able to be profitable. Well, that's why we're saying should, right? But if a developer comes with a really cool idea that they want to do something else and they want to be underneath this, well, this would then give them the opportunity to do exactly that if they have that opportunity. It is. We had lots of discussion earlier this morning when we were talking about our policy about developers and making money and all those sorts of things. And the third piece that we've talked about is just the financial piece of. If you're lower, is there that financial base to, if something goes wrong, to be able to pay for those items later? Well, there's also, if there's less density, there's also less of a requirement for what's going in there, so there's a less of a cost. And so, to me, this just gives far more flexibility. Even when what we were talking about the policy, developers are not going to come forward with a proposal that is going to have them lose money. And so I feel pretty strongly about this, but also open to hearing back from administration and or other councillors with regards to why we should or should not proceed with this motion. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I have one question on this motion specifically, and that is, do our current servicing agreements reference any mandates to build at a certain density?
Sorry, you turned your mic off. Sorry, misadvertised.
Not to my knowledge. The policy that Calgary puts out, which again, we don't have a crystal ball on, we don't know what it's going to say, may have I will say it will have an impact on us. We just don't know what that impact is right now.
Absolutely. I think my struggle with that is that before, when we had this in there before, the city could look at things like the CMRB and the planning documents, which were mandated by the province, right? We've talked all along about how the MDP is our opportunity to shape and design what the future of Chestermere is. Now, if in a water licensing act, for example, in that agreement, if that's in there, well, then I think we should state that clearly. So in the old MDP, it stated why the 20 UPH and the 8 UPA was there, because it was part of the CMRB. So then we took out all the references to CMRB because the CMRB doesn't exist anymore, right? And so there are no other things. Now, if Calgary brings in something else, then we may have to make a different decision. Councillor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. You know, there's two sides to this, obviously, and that's why it's up here for debate. I would support this because, I mean, we're up here to represent our residents. Some of our residents want affordability. Some of our residents look at Chestermere as a bedroom community with large acre lots. And we have listened to the residents. We have listened to our development community. And the development community may often push for higher density because of, profitability. However, there are areas in Chestermere that may be ripe for larger lots to give that opportunity to build in some of those areas. They exist as it is now. And that'll give that market the availability of having a different product and not force a certain density. So I'm in support of changing this to have a little bit more flexibility because our residents need that option. Thank you.
Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to council to add some more insight into this, we were just talking offline here of, as we've reviewed our MSAs for water and wastewater servicing from Calgary and chased down where it looks like, even where they ultimately reference the 8 UPA, they have a should in there as well. So I also think, given our relationship with the city of Calgary, if council were to move forward with this and they were to have a policy that when that time comes, if council wants to move forward on this.
Great, thank you. Kind of a final opportunity here. If anyone has any comments, questions, or on there, I will call for the vote. Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not comfortable for this motion. The reason is that because if we have 8 UPA, there is a reason. That's why there was CMRV to say that's why we shall have that, not should. But the reason is our residents. I need to think here for our residents as well. So I'm not comfortable because in case in the future some pipe bust or something, how are we going to recover the cost? That's why this is there for, and then is burden on our residents. I'm not against the developer community. They develop our areas, but our residents who live there for long and they are paying the payment for the houses and as well. So that is the reason, because should we can discuss later as well, but the shall is must, I think, is more comfortable for future for our Chestermere. So I will not support this motion.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions before I call for the vote? All right, with that, I'll call for the vote. And that passes with majority. Thank you. I can keep going if the council's okay. I had a few others, if that's all right. Okay. The next one I had was, sorry, Councilor Grant, do you want to jump in with one before I keep going? Yes, please. Okay, Councilor Grant.
And this is probably more for discussion than a motion. I'd like to try and develop a motion out of the discussion that I'd like to have. And
so you want me to figure out what the motion is you're looking for?
I accept that.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
So as our understanding has grown about how critical the MDP is and how it's really going to guide our future as we develop, the question that's always brought to us, or the concern that's always brought to us, is density. And as we just discussed with the 8 UPA. But I don't feel like there's a real problem with the 8 UPA. I feel like there's a problem with how it's done. I feel like there's an issue with it's too close, it's too tight where I live, or it doesn't, in my opinion, I would like to see how we can develop a policy or some sort of guidance that would enable more development of R1 front lane properties like traditional Chestermere has been, that provides us that traditional feel that residents are not happy that we're not getting right now. I don't know if that's possible, but I do also understand that within that, yes, we may get more R1, but that'll probably come with more R4. But I'm okay with more R4 on major transportation corridors, because it's not, again, I don't feel it's people aren't happy there's a condo over there. They're unhappy that I have nowhere to park on my street. They're unhappy that my road is too tight. So how do we put guidance in our MDP to try and get back to more of that traditional feel before it's gone?
Councillor Wozniacki.
Thank you, Mayor Dean and Councillor Grant. I hear what you're saying. I think we've done a pretty good job, especially with the last motion that just passed, to cover off on doing that. Yes, a lot of the cart is before the horse in some of those developments that have been pre-approved. But if anything I've learned about up here on council, you can also change anything. So if that's something that council would like to move forward in specific areas that are not yet built out, we have that opportunity, especially on areas that are not even planned. So one thing I will comment is, from what I hear from the residents, which again is our job, density is a bit of concern, but smart density is something that there's more of a willingness to have that conversation. Doing it right along those transportation corridors. The MDP is covered off on transitional housing, so you don't have an R4 beside an R1. That's another example. And then also the infrastructure is the largest complaint. We have enough schools to put our kids in. We have enough infrastructure to drive on the roads. We have enough water and other services. I think that conversation would change. So I believe that we're doing an okay job of that in the MDP. But I would also support a motion if we were to draft one up here to further reinforce that effort.
Yeah, Councilor Rosanowski, I echo a lot of what you're saying. I think we've addressed it from a big picture in a number of ways. If you look at what we did with school sites, if you look at what we did with our flex areas 1, 2, and 3, if you look at what we did with the Chestermere Boulevard corridor, look at the setbacks that we put in place for the R1s and the R4s. I think that we have accomplished that goal almost to the extent that we can, and then it comes down to planning. But I think from a holistic standpoint, the schools, the recreation, the parks, having to have parks within 500 meters walking distance, what we did with the aging in place, where we talked about where aging in place has to be within 500 meters of being able to go to a grocery store. I think from a holistic standpoint, I think that we have addressed that concern in many, many ways within our MDP. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you, in response to Councillor Grant's comments, I think this MDP does do that, and I think it does preserve what most people would consider Chestermere identity, history. I think that the thing that is really getting at us right now is the pace of growth. So we need to stick to the MDP. If we stick to it and we're paying attention to the pace of growth, then that will happen. We, as Mayor Dean was commenting, there are some things in here that I'm very comfortable with that will help with that. One of them is the 300 meters to any green space. I think that supports that vision quite a lot. The transitions between densities will go far for making sure that we don't have some of the things we've seen previously. So I feel comfortable with that. And I would suggest that all members of council should keep a copy of this right here at our desks so that we're always referring back to it to make sure that that identity isn't lost.
Thank you. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I largely agree with those comments. We are aware that we are going to see ASPs that have this option at less than 4% in new developments. Less than 4%. So while I agree with what you're saying, it's not being borne out in the results.
Not yet.
Fair. But what are we doing to make sure that those changes are going to be taken into account moving forward?
How are you going to vote?
I don't know if, okay, sure.
Sorry,
Yeah.
That may have come across as very direct.
Yeah, I agree.
But that is the how you utilize your voice as a councillor, right? It's something that one of the lessons I learned very early on as a councillor that I actually learned from our former official administrator was he said your vote is your voice, right? And I think that that's really important because the MDP is the overarching thing, and then from that we make decisions. I also think it comes through our strategic plan that will then be redeveloped again in November. All of those pieces, right? And so I think to your point, your voice is your vote. Councillor Ryan.
So thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I think Councillor Grant definitely makes a good point. My only reservation with that would be a lot of the development is driven by demand. So as much as even I fancy, the R1s, and that's what the existing residents, fancy. It's what people that are in the market looking for. So I think in the MDP thing right now, we've got the right balance in there. Just thought a lot of it is demand driven. Thank you.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, and again in response, I was going to comment exactly what you did to Councillor Grant and say I'm looking forward to hearing him bring this up every time an application comes forward, and I'm 100%. Sure I'll be speaking on it as well.
Yeah. Okay, good. Great. So I don't I don't think we have a motion. Okay, good. Okay, I'm gonna then keep going. So I'm on to page 40 now. This is for 4.4.3.6. So I'm suggesting that in 4.4.3.6, we change should to shall. I think that we shall update the Chestermere Design Guidelines. I believe they're 2009. Yeah, so our current Chestermere Design Guidelines are 2009. This says that 11? Pre-2013 for sure.
I did the one I was speaking on.
There you go. So I think 4.4.3.6, given that our current design guidelines are at least over 10 years old, I think that it should change from should to shall. Can I have a councillor willing to make that motion, please? Councillor Rondawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council change the wording in 4.4.3.6 from should to shall.
Great. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Can I jump in with one?
Yeah, absolutely.
Great, thank you. Last time we talked about this, we added Flex Area 3, and I had some questions about the connectivity between that area and other areas. I was wondering if there was any more information on that. There's history there. There's a start of a plan in place, and it looks like it's meant to be seniors developments eventually. I was hoping for a little bit more commentary on how that would work with transit access to other spaces from this little section.
Who's tackling that? Okay, Ms. Armitage is on it.
Any development area will be expected to address that connectivity. When we look at this map, which has Flex Area 3 added to it now, but when we also look at the map on transportation in a whatever map number that is, I don't know it off the top of my head, it identifies roads that are going to go through there. So through part of their design, they will have to provide more of those details. Because we're at this stage, we don't have those details yet, but that's what the flex area is setting the stage for as part of the expectation of what they're going to come in and have to design. So those details will come through that design exercise that will be led by the landowner/developer.
Councillor Sambo? Ms. Doherty?
I apologize. I just want to build on what Liz commented there because it's really important. So one of the fundamental steps we took with this municipal development plan was aligning it with our transportation master plan. And the reason we did that is because this is a statutory document and the transportation master plan isn't. So we wanted to bring those existing road network information into the MDP so we had that firm alignment. And to build on what Liz was mentioning, in our TMP, it does show the ultimate build out for connectivity. This specific parcel actually has 2 additional crossings past the canal when it is ultimately required to be built out. And when a submission comes forward for this specific piece of land, when we do that review at the outline planner stage for it, we will be looking to those guiding documents to ensure alignment there. So that connectivity is maintained. It's just how you would see it at the MDP is that ultimate road network build out that aligns with our TMP.
Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to administration, within the TMP for these flex areas, does that include active transportation as well? I kind of think, I feel like it should. Even though it is an industrial area, active transportation is still important. We still want people to commute in alternative ways, and we still want people to recreate in alternative ways, even if that's basically by a warehouse. I'm fine with it, so.
Very much so. So our TMP does go into active transportation modes. It just depends on the classification of the road. So as an example, our major arterial corridors would have room for, the ultimate design, for an example of Chestermere Boulevard does have a bus lane down the center of the road. We're not going to have that same level of transport, build out for streetscapes. for a road that goes through Rainbow Falls as an example of that. But all of our TMP did consider active transportation, and it just is really dependent on that type of road. So I do know, again, if we're talking about the Bab Lakelands, there is one road, one of the crossings is considered a major goods route. So that one would be larger. It'd have either a monowalk or those additional lanes for other uses or regional pathways. And then the other one, I believe, hasn't really been fleshed out because it's so far into our future that it kind of depends on how the rest of the city updates. And again, that kind of speaks previously to some other clauses in our MDP where we're saying we need to routinely update those master plans so that they make sense depending on how the city chooses to build out.
Councillor Grant?
To clarify, what I am asking about specifically is like biking path connectivity, walking path connectivity, not necessarily transportation connectivity, more of a how do people, not vehicles, get around our community? That's what I want to make sure we're taking into account.
Well, remember, they don't drive off a cliff after. No, I'm just kidding. Ms. Armitage.
Section 5.7 of the MDP is all about active transportation. And so it talks about how we shall review all applications for future development and redevelopment against the TMP to build additional active transportation connections throughout the city. There's a number of clauses here. There's 5 of them. And so any application that comes in has to be reviewed against these by administration. So if we saw something that administration thought wasn't in alignment, that would be noted in a report to you guys at the time of the application, whether that's area structure plan or whatever that is. So that would be what we'd be looking at.
Councillor Grant?
5.7.1 to clarify.
So holistically then, are we requiring of them how we require a shadow plan for transportation corridors? Are we requiring a shadow plan for those active recreational corridors as well?
That would be depending on the application level, the detail we would get into, but in an area structure plan, yes, they should be identifying active transportation.
Okay.
And each layer should have more details.
And are we ensuring there's the required connectivity between developments?
That would be our job as planners.
Sounds good.
And again, we bring those reports to council, and council will also be reviewing those. And so, yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. I have a bit of a longer one. Again, this one might cause some controversy. This is under the social and cultural facilities and programming. During the discussion, I went and handed a proposed motion to legislative services. I'm not sure if you could read that on that. There we go. So what I'm suggesting is that under this section right now, it goes up to 5.1.1.11. I'm suggesting we add a 5.1.1.12, and that one would be that the city be open to and pursue ways to work with community organizers on joint venture events. My reason for putting this even within the MDP is we've been having this conversation for a very long time. I know that I have several councillors up here that are very passionate about this, that are wanting to see even the idea of like, how could we do some community calendar type of stuff? How do we not compete? But at the same time, I think we saw some examples even this weekend of there could be the possibility of some joint ventures of we had a community organization do a bowls on the beach, and then the next day we had a food truck festival, both great events. What if we started to really, from a strategic standpoint, look at putting those together? We had hundreds of people that are showing up already at things like that. So that is my reasoning for this. So I probably went a little too far legislative there, so I apologize for going too far. So if I could have a councillor make the following motion and get me out of trouble here so I stop debating before a motion's made, I apologize for that. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that council add section 5.1.1.12. The city should be open to and pursue ways to work with community organizers on joint venture events.
See all my previous comments that I made before this as to why I was making this. Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question through you to council since the motion's been made. Is this appropriate in MDP? I'm not sure I understand what events have to do with how we build and develop the city. unless we are looking to build specific areas where these events could be hosted. Or I agree with what you're saying. I just think there's perhaps a different policy or a different place that this type of statement would fit better than necessarily in the MDP.
I think it does fit. Because I think part of what you do with an MDP is you're looking at that holistic piece of how you're building your community. And I think that when I look at, because it's under the social and cultural facilities and programming, we even have ways, the city shall investigate ways to fund our new expanded library, right? Like we are looking at like some very specific items that we're looking at. And I think from a holistic standpoint, I think what we're trying to demonstrate is the idea of partnering with our community organizers. And this has been a long-standing request from our community partners within our community for, I would say, over 10 years. It's been something that's been a passion of this community at least since I've moved here. And so I do think it's appropriate because it's a high level statement. Councillor Worzanowski.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I'm willing to have that debate. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. You know, there's a strong support amongst our council that we've had conversations about brokering deals between the city and other events to make sure that we have some consistency, because we've observed fragmentation even in just recent weeks with some of the events that have been happening in the city. What I would say in regards to, you know, it is worth debating or at least confirming. What I'd like to see is, if it's not going to go into the MDP, so a question through our chairman to you, Mr. Edney, or potentially somebody in your administration, where would we put it?
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Worzanowski. That's a great question. I don't have the answer off the top of my head. But again, to me, this is an operational statement around how we operate events, and I'm just not sure how that applies to an MDP. Library is different. You're constructing a building, it needs to have space.
Maybe a policy.
If we were constructing an event center or something, sure. There's no harm in putting this here. I just think that it's going to get lost in the MDP, and it's something we address in one of our events. We must have a policy somewhere.
Yeah.
Around events policies. I've asked the events team, aside from this, we are looking at, I guess, the scope and structure of that department and what we do with events. So we would be making updates to our event policy anyways. This would be a good place for that to be in. Again, there's no harm putting it in MDP. I just think it also needs to be somewhere else as well.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Edney. Just in response to that quickly, I'm pretty indifferent then. Yes, there likely is no harm. It may get lost because it is a strong document. I would be in support of looking at it at our existing policy and strengthening that as you've suggested. Thank you.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I support the concept here, and I'm also hearing what Mr. Edney is saying about how the MDP typically deals with land and amenities. Could a middle ground be, I'm offering a friendly to Councillor Grant and yourself, on joint venture events on city land?
Can we pause it for a second? Let's hear some other comments that are coming, and then I'll circle back, because if that's okay. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. To Mr. Edney, yes, I agree this document guides land development, but it's not just about developing land, it also is about developing community. And I feel like that essence is captured in here in a lot of different ways. And while we may not be saying it right, I agree with the sentiment that this is something that we aspire to do with our community, to help build our community better. And it should be in one of our overarching documents that this is what we are going to do. So I would like to see some guidance on how we can make it more appropriate to fit, but I would like to keep it.
Deputy Mayor Schindler.
So if I may, on page 138, under social cultural action items, there's collaborate with organizations to support social programs. Is that a more appropriate place to put this as an action item? Or do we also need a reference inside the document at 5.1.1.12? Because I notice a lot of things that people are saying here are in this action item list.
Yeah, I guess that's a fair point, and thank you for making that. What I would suggest in this is that this is very open-ended. So this is not shall, this is should, right? And the city should be open to pursuing ways to work with community organizers. That doesn't mean how, right? So this is where we're not directing administration on how to do that. We're not being specific on that, right? We're being very much that. To me, this is a values statement, and I think values statements do belong in the MDP. The MDP starts with value statement, and to me, this is a value statement that. And I think we see this in other municipalities, and so that's why I would push for this. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, may I just then offer a friendly, instead of joint venture events, to change it to joint venture projects?
What about events or projects?
I'm thinking that
joint venture
project
opportunities
might also be inclusive of events and buildings and things that we build together.
What about the opportunities and is a word?
Opportunities.
Would you? How does that sound to you?
Yeah, I think that would also work as well as a. Yeah,
okay.
To make it more broad.
Councillor Grant, this was your motion. How do you feel about changing that word to opportunities? Okay, Councillor Narayan.
No, my comment doesn't have to do with this particular motion. So.
Okay, well then.
He was just trying to get ahead of the queue for
yeah.
It's so long.
It's been a while.
Wow. You're gonna be real unhappy when we're about to break for lunch here. Deputy Mayor, Mr. Eddy.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just again to council again, I don't see any harm in leaving this in here. I think my logic, and Kate and I were chatting about this, is an events team isn't going to reference the MDP in their workflow to make sure an event matches the MDP. That's what, an outline plan or development permit would do. But I think it's good we can keep it in here. And I think whether you want to make another motion later for us to revisit policy 653, being the events policy, to make sure it aligns with things in the MDP, that's something we could do. And that would be a good place then to make sure the events team is capturing the intent and spirit of this part of the MDP.
Oh, I feel like that's coming.
I'm just telling you, it's policy 653.
653. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Schindler.
I see, or darn, I just lost my train of thought. Just an addition to that, would we then add an action item to the action item list for this? To then update said policy?
I think we just make the motion to update it. Similar to what we did earlier today when we said the OSL policy. I think we just make a motion similar to that. And I don't think it needs to be an action list within the MDP. We just do similar to what we just did with the OSL policy.
So would that then be an update to the 2014-2012 social plan?
No.
No, that's a different policy.
That's a different
entirely.
One. Totally different.
Goodness, I had another one, but I can't remember what it was. Okay, I'll yield back.
Okay. Councillor Grant, unless.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. My suggestion might be to change this from an item and just add this verbiage into the opening preamble of the section, just to make sure it's still captured, but it doesn't necessarily need to be its whole.
Oh, like add it into 5.1?
Yeah, just into that preamble in the beginning. I mean, it kind of goes with the platitudes that are being said in there, so.
So simply, you could just change your motion that council add the following to section 5.1. Ms. Armitage?
I liked it more as an independent policy. We run through every policy.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I think it won't get missed as a policy, whereas if it's just in the general verbiage, it shouldn't get missed either way. I just think a policy stands out more.
I believe the hotkey is Control Z. A few times.
A lot of times.
He's just going to change it. Point 1, point 12.
There we go.
There you go.
Okay, can you restate the motion, please, Councillor Grant?
With pleasure, Mayor. Thank you. I move that council add section 5.1.1.12. The city should be open to and pursue ways to work with community organizers on joint venture opportunities.
Great, thank you. Final comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. With that, I am going to suggest that we break for lunch here and that we pick this up. I'm going to suggest that given our how much we have on our agenda, I'm going to suggest a 45-minute lunch. Is that okay? Is that good? So we'll come back at 12:45. Okay, so with that, we'll take a break and we'll come back from lunch at 12:45. Thanks, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. Thank you for joining us here for our afternoon session. As we're coming back, I'm going to be actually, with some information that has come forward during our conversation, we're going to be doing a very short closed session for advice from officials on our MDP. So, Council, can I have somebody make the following motion, please? Councillor Sambo?
Certainly, Your Worship. I move that council move into closed session at 12:51 p.m. to discuss the following: MDP Access to Information Act, Section 29, advice from officials.
Great. Thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. You can leave everybody in here except those guys, but we might bring them back. Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry about that. We're just coming back from our in-camera session. Just had to clarify some items with our administration, so thank you to administration for that. Can I have the motion to come out of in-camera, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council come out of closed session at 1:09 p.m.
Great, thank you. Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll take a quick break and come back at 1:15 to allow everybody a chance to come back to the meeting. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We're going to be working our way through here now some of the final motions that we have as we prepare for second reading of our MDP. And so with that, coming out of our closed session, we do have a motion that we're going to be wanting to make. This is based on our session and the advice from officials. So can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that Council direct administration to create a comprehensive planning area for Clearwater Park Village similar to Chestermere Boulevard corridor.
Thank you. Any comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. So then I did pass another one to Legislative Services that also came from administration. So can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that Council direct administration to add green spaces to map 2 on page 32 that are identified in approved ASPs.
Thank you. Ms. Armitage, can you just add a little bit of color as to the purpose behind this motion?
If you can pull up map 2, page 32 of the MDP, I'll explain it. When you look at this map, it's our future land use concept. And you'll see in some spaces that we've included the green space that's been approved in ASPs. You can see that in the Chelsea Dawson's area, but then if you look at Clearwater Park, we didn't include any of that. And so it's an unbalanced look at our community, and I really think our green spaces on our future map are really, really important. So it was something that we noticed as administration after this was already put together for today's meeting, and would like to make that change on it. And rather than surprising you with it, we thought this would be a good approach.
Great, thank you. Any comments, questions from council with regards to the motion? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Just a couple final ones from me before turning it back over to council if there's anything else that they had. Very quickly, on page 75, this is under 5.2. I just think, so we name Rocky View School Division, we name Calgary Catholic School Division. I think like we do in 5.2.1.2 to be consistent, I just think that we should add Franco Sud. So in 5.2, just thinking that we should add Franco Sud as well. So that would be council to direct administration under 5.2 to add Franco Sud. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm wondering if we should be more inclusive of other school boards or opportunities rather than cherry picking the few here. I know 3 have traditionally been in Chestermere. Franco Sud I don't think quite is yet. So keeping in that, can we speak more generally about working with school boards rather than naming them specifically?
Ms. Armitage?
We only have the 3.
I think that, so then if we, to add Franco Sud and other school boards. Sure. That work? Yeah. So council to direct administration to add to 5.2 and then in quotation marks Franco Sud. Yeah.
Capital S.
And other, not to add Franco Sud. No, this stays in quotation marks. Franco Sud and other school boards. Quotation mark. Did I meet it? Good. Councillor Warzanowski. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. It would actually be Le Conseil Scolaire Franco Sud, which I will send.
Sorry, Councillor Sambo, I missed that. I apologize. Councillor Sambo?
I just sent it. So if we're putting the full legal name, it would be Le Conseil Scolaire Franco-Sud, and I've just put the spelling into Teams to copy.
That just sounded really cool. Wow.
For consistency's sake, can we add other schools to 5.2.1.2?
Yeah.
And whatever the proper Franco-Sud thing that she just
Thank
said
you.
was?
Okay, so then after the period, so take out the period, Josh, please. I've got it.
Is that S lowercase?
Okay, thank you. Okay, to 5.2 and, so after 5.2 and 5.2.1.2. No, 5.2.1.2. There you go. Okay, I'm gonna take a swing at this and suggest that Councillor Sambo make this motion. I don't know how we all feel about that. I just feel like after that display of French there, I'm turning it over to Councillor Sambo, I think. Councillor Sambo.
Press the button. Certainly, Your Worship. I move that Council direct administration to add 5.2 and 5.2.1.2 Le Conseil Scolaire Franco-Sud and other school boards.
Comments, questions from Council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. I would also like to propose on page 78, 5.2.1.1B, to change the wording to city-owned recreation facilities. Sorry? Didn't know what I said? Yeah. Yeah. So 5.2.1.1B. So council, council direct administration to change 5.2.1.1 to read city-owned recreation facilities. Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Grant.
I move that council direct administration to change 5.2.1.1 to read city-owned recreational facilities.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. Councillor Sambo? Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. I just have two more. Page 79, 5.2, so council direct administration to add to 5.2.1.7 G, performing arts space. So again, this is a should, so it's not a shall. But just encouraging performance art space to be created within the city of Chestermere. Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor. My comment is not about this motion. It's to bring up another topic after, so I will.
Since you're hot on the mic, do you just want to make the motion? No? Okay. Oh, Councillor Grant?
Sure. Motion, council direct administration to add to section 5.2.1.7 G, performing arts space.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And And I have, and that's carried unanimously. And I just have one more, and then I'll turn it over to council. The last one that I have is on page 79. Council direct administration to council direct administration to change may to should in 5.2.1.8. So right now, the sentence reads, the city may pursue partnerships with private corporations, e.g. land developers, to sponsor or share the funding of recreation facilities. I think that this is something the city should be doing. We should be actively pursuing these, not, we might do it. I think we should be actively pursuing this. So can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa, and then we'll open up for debate.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council direct administration to change may to should in 5.2.1.8.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I have one on page 79 as well. This relates to 5.2.1.5. And this was actually an edit that was made recently where it added the social services requirements to this section. I believe that since we have two distinct sections between 5.1 and 5.2, that those social services statements should be made under the social and cultural section. And by adding it into the recreation, I feel that it kind of will end up watering down both. So I would like to treat them as individual things to help reduce the complexity of the studies that are going to come out of it.
Ms. Armitage?
To confirm, what I think I'm hearing is you're thinking it should be a social services needs assessment report and a recreation needs assessment report? Two separate reports?
Councillor Grant?
Yes, I do believe that they should be separate. Go ahead.
Our consultant indicated that they're often usually done together.
Sure.
And so when they do a recreation needs assessment, they usually are looking at social services. It's usually part of it. I'm not a recce, but that is actually something our consultant said is normally that would just be in one. You can't really do one without the other.
That's my...
I hear you. And I would like to stay with my suggestion of, I don't disagree that, so really if we want to add this, I'm fine with taking this section, removing the rec and the park out of it and putting it into the social and cultural, and then taking the social out of this rec portion as it sits right now. And really fundamentally it'll say the same thing. But I think just when you start talking about social services, rec assessments, parks, like this turns into a huge thing that becomes harder to digest and take actionable items out of. So I think prudently, this is why we set up separate things, separate committees, because one committee can't look at everything. Just as I feel like one study can't give us all the information about everything. So I would like to get more micro on what these studies will tell us so that we can have those actionable items to actually move forward.
So the only thing I would say on this, what if we even soften the language on that, Councillor Grant, and went should to may? And the reason I'm saying that is because 5.2.1.4 says that we shall do a master recreation plan, right? So that's the separate one. And then if we said it could include this, so not should, but may include, would the softening of the language meet that criteria for you? Councillor Grant?
So I understand I'm speaking semantically about this. I would prefer to see it separate. That is my individual point of view on it. If council feels like these things can be done together and they support that as well, then I'm happy having my motion denied or not.
We got to make a motion first before we deny anything.
Absolutely.
What I'm saying though is that what I disagree with you on is that I see them as separate right now, right? The 5.2.1.4 says the city shall review and upgrade the master recreation plan. So that's just recreation, is just going to be done. Should really could mean the word could. It could be accompanied by that. It doesn't have to be. Either way, the master recreation plan's getting done. So I think they are already separate. Councillor Grant?
I understand what you're saying, and I acknowledge that that is fundamentally what it could say. I still would like to see it in separate sections. I don't. Let's just get rid of the 5.2 then and make it all in 5.1 if it's just going to be social, cultural, and rec. I'm just for cohesiveness in the document. I think it'd be prudent to separate those things into their individual sections.
So what's your motion?
My motion would be to return this 5.2.1.5 back to what it said last iteration and add the social services comments A, B, and C as applicable to the 5.1 section.
Okay, can you give that motion to Josh?
Okay, let's try. So, direct administration to revert the changed language of section 5.2.1.5 to the original version and add the social services comments as applicable to the 5.1 section of the document.
If I may, can I offer a help with this?
Please.
Okay. Council Director Administration to move section 5.2.1.5. Josh, I'm going to blow this up. So, Council Director Administration to move section 5. Section 5.2.1.5 to section to appropriately fit under section 5.1 of the NDP. Councillor Grant, does that hit what you're looking for?
Very succinctly, thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Ms. Armitage?
When I read move, that means you're getting rid of the 5.2.1 on rec. I thought you wanted it in both.
So, correct. Really what sorry.
No, I got you.
Yeah, this is where it gets complicated, where I thought the language on the first version was fine. So I'm not sure what the proper way is to revert this language back to what it did say and then add this language into 5.1.
So I wrote a motion. I don't know that I'm supposed to,
motions,
but I wrote one.
Suggestions.
Okay. Ms. Armitage?
Revert 5.2.1.5 back to the July 14th, 2025 public hearing version of the MDP and add a social service needs assessment section to 5.1.
I think between the three of us, we finally figured it out. Can you go give that to Josh, please?
Except I didn't read it exactly as I wrote it. Josh, you should have it.
While they're working on that, Mayor to CAO, is it appropriate for council to find out what favorite kind of coffee Josh enjoys so that with all the organic motions we're getting him today, that perhaps we can hook Josh up? Is an appropriate ask to the CAO?
Through your worship to council, as long as you ask what the CAO's favorite coffee
Oh, okay.
is.
All right.
That's perfectly appropriate.
That's fair. Awesome. Okay. Sorry, Josh, we good? All right. Let's take a swing here. Okay. Councillor Grant, I'm assuming you're going to want to make this motion.
My mic is hot. I motion that Council Direct Administration to revert section 5.2.1.5 back to the July 14, 2025 PH MDP version and add social services needs assessment to section 5.1.
So PH, we just need to spell out public hearing.
Public hearing. Okay.
There we go.
Friendly?
Yeah, I think we're good there. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. Okay. Oh, sorry. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillor, does anybody else have any, Councillor Narayan?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship.
Finally. He's ready. Ready.
section 5.8.1.4. And I'll be proposing something, and of course looking for guidance here. So the way it reads right now is the city shall continue to collaborate with regional municipalities to coordinate the effective delivery of regional emergency and protective services. A regional emergency management partnership shall continue to be improved, to be implemented. Now, what I'm proposing may sound like a level of service, but it's not. I think it has implications on infrastructure. So what I'm proposing is the city shall periodically assess the performance and service levels of protective services and explore potential alternatives. Because I think a potential alternative, if we were to consider that, would definitely have implications on infrastructure.
So, Councillor Ryan, the only thing I am curious about with this, are you replacing it?
No.
Or you're this could
add it.
So you want just another section added?
That's correct.
So the numbering, Josh, on what I just had handed, Councillor Ryan had passed me that before the break. The numbering on that motion that I just handed you, Josh, will need to change so that it fits underneath. I do wonder if it could be, I apologize, I can't remember the number off the top of my head. Could it be 4.8.1?
1.4, or I guess the new one could be 0.5.
And you know, it could be 0.5, or could it be 0.4A, since they're related?
Sure. That works for me.
Is there a preference that you would have there, Councillor Ryan?
The A doesn't fit with the way the
Okay,
documents are.
so it would be 0.5, and then we'd have to change all the
Everything would
numbers
renumber.
underneath. And then after the period, administration to change subsequent numbers below appropriately.
We'll do that
Anyway,
anywhere.
so it doesn't need to be part of the motion?
We will renumber, we just have
Yeah,
to.
okay.
It would be ridiculous not to.
Yeah, fair. Okay. Councillor Ryan, does that hit what you're looking for?
That's correct.
Okay, Councillor Ryan, can you make the motion, please?
Let's move the Council Director Administration. Add to section 5.8.15, the city shall periodically assess the performance and service levels of protected services and explore potential alternatives.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
I've commented on this before, and I'm wondering if we had plans to capture this change on pages 105, 56, 105, and 106. Just some images of smoky environments, and I wanted to change those for less polluted images. I know this may not be the right place for it, but I'm just curious if we need a motion for that.
Yes, please, and I need the numbers again, because I only got 56 written down.
So page 56, 105 and 106. And I believe 105 and 106 are the same image, just wrapped.
So half the motions there, Deputy Mayor. How else do you want this to read?
Goodness, I'm not sure how to word that other than to a less polluted image.
To alternative image.
An alternative image,
Well, then,
yes.
wait, that is the full motion then. Change the images in those.
Change the images in those, yeah.
Perfect, okay.
Because, we don't.
Okay, can you make that as a motion, please, Deputy Mayor?
Yeah. I move that council direct administration to change the images in pages, or on pages 56, 105, and 106.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Are there any other additions from council with regards to the MDP? Councillor Sample.
Thank you, Your Worship. Not an addition, just a flag that 5.2.1.6 does reference that the off-site bylaw will be reviewed every year. So if we are receiving information back from administration that changes that, we should take note.
Ms. Armitage?
Can we just change it to say shall be reviewed in accordance with policy whatever?
Yep. So can you give Josh that motion, please? Council directed.
What I just said.
Council direct administration to, and Liz, what you just said.
What was the policy number?
Well, the policy's 320, but what is the section?
Hold on, I need to pull that up. The city shall review the offsite levies bylaw yearly, specifically the recreation portion, to ensure recreation facilities are adequately funded through development. That just needs to say the city shall review the offsite levies bylaw in accordance with policy 320. Change yearly.
To be in accordance with policy. What? 320. Beautiful. Good? Okay. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council direct administration to change the wording in section 5.2.1.6 to be in accordance with policy 320.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. One more call, final call maybe, for any changes from a councillor for the MDP? From a councillor for the MDP? Looking to administration, if there's anything else, Ms. Armitage?
At the beginning of today's presentation, we identified a few items we were unable to do for today's meeting. What do you want us to do with those items? Are we wanting to do that image page? Did we figure out that stormwater reference? What do you want to do?
So I'll take the mosaic one. I was the one that had brought that up. I thought I was clear in my comments at the meeting that what I was looking at, and it sounded like council was supportive of this, is we were talking about who we are, I believe it was, and the idea was to have a collage of pictures from around Chestermere. Our business districts, our not-for-profits, our the lake, recreational areas, our rec center, just things that like are identifying markers for the city of Chestermere as opposed to the piece of art. That's what I was looking for the mosaic.
Were you thinking of the front page that has like the honeycomb look to it? Were you thinking
Yes.
when we Google?
Yes.
Okay, so
Yes.
follow that honeycomb idea
Yes.
onto that page.
Yes.
That's what we needed.
Oh, yeah, that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because when you Google mosaic, it got really.
Yeah. Yeah, no, this is way outside my comfort zone.
Okay.
I mean.
And what page number? Just to confirm.
It was 68, I think, something like that.
Is it still 68?
No, it's page 70 currently. So what connects us? So it's the photo page for what connects us, which is currently page 70. That one.
This one, okay.
Change that one. Yes. So the honeycomb idea of like people of Chestermere demonstrating the diversities in our cultures, the diversity in our experiences, the rec center, the lake, recreation, all that kind of stuff.
The challenge we have with pictures of people is the approval to use them. So that's actually a lot of the pictures we took out were stock photos that had people in them. So we'll work with comms and see what they can do in the next month.
Perfect. Okay. Deputy Mayor Schindler.
So I had a quick thought about that page. What if we put each of those people in Team Chestermere jerseys? Would that make it better? Not being facetious.
In Team Chestermere jerseys?
Yeah, like our council jerseys.
I would say no. I think that the Team Chestermere jerseys are very much a council piece. Okay. Okay. Was there any other ones you needed to know about?
I don't think so.
Okay. So my recommendation then would be, we've made a number of changes, and what I think we should do is make a motion to pass second reading according to the motions that have been done at the July 22nd council meeting. And then we would schedule third reading, I believe, for September 9th. Yeah? Okay. Yes?
I do want to note that as long as council's okay with it, similar to what we did in the last two reports, if we see something that's just like a glaring error that we've still missed each time we've gone through it, we'll put that into the next report for third reading of administration noted these additional items.
So, okay. So big picture wise, here's how I see this playing out. Big picture wise, if I'm going step by step, number one, I'm going to be calling on the councillor to make a motion and Josh, if you could get this queued up, to make a motion to proceed with second reading as amended by the motions from the July 22nd meeting. So we're going to do that first. Subsequent to that, I would also like for council, please go through this again over between now and September 9th with a fine-tooth comb and make sure that we got everything. If you find things that are like quick fixes that they would fix on their own, so this is the boldings of the may, the shoulds, and the musts, spelling, grammar, just email that to the team so that they're able to make those adjustments when this comes back on September the 9th. Then when it comes back on September the 9th, what I would like to see is any kind of track changes that have been made between, say, this one and third reading. Would that work? No, can't do that. Okay.
We're using InDesign, so it doesn't track changes the way that a Word does. So that's why we've been doing these charts, to give you the exact page number and clauses that we change.
So you'll come back with a chart for third.
I've already got the chart started based on today's meeting.
Love it. Okay. So then, so I think that that's going to be a great way to capture everything. And then I think even in the in-between time, between now and September 9th, any of this information that we can get to council sooner rather than later as for eyeballs on it, I think would be very good. And I see nodding from our CAO, which I take as a commitment to what I'm just saying. Okay. So can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Schindler.
I move that council give second reading to bylaw number 020-25, being the municipal development plan as amended by the motions passed in the July 22nd, 2025 regular meeting of council.
Great, thank you. Any comments or questions from council? I feel like I'm wordsmithing here. As amended by the motions passed in the July 22nd, 2025, does it need to be more specific motions passed with relation to the NBP?
I think that might be a good idea.
Yeah. With remote, yeah. Because, yeah. Good. Deputy Mayor Schindler, can you restate the motion, please?
In relation with the NDP?
Sure.
In relation to the NDP? Okay. I move that council give second reading to bylaw number 020-25, being the municipal development plan as amended by the motions passed in relation to the NDP in the July 22nd, 2025 regular meeting of council.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions from council? Councilor Warzanowski?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. No, I was only going to comment that I like how we did it this time as opposed to listing them all one by one, like we did before we read, presented a motion for second reading. It's a lot more clear that we had a motion for each individual item. So that, I just wanted to comment that that's good. I'll be voting in favor of second reading. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other comments, questions from council with regards to the motion? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. All right. That was some heavy lifting, everybody. Good work. Okay, now moving to item 8.1.3, which is bylaw 018-25, which is the West Waterford Land Use Bylaw LUB amendment presented by Jeevan Sandhu.
I just have one question. I know Blair is going at 2. Does it make sense for me to go now?
Sorry, what? I missed something. Mr. Edney?
No. Sorry, through your worship to council, we had Blair tentatively scheduled to present the community operations reports around 2:00. So Jeevan is just asking if we'd like to move to those or if we think we can capture this in a reasonable amount of time.
Yeah, why don't we do that? Why don't we go, if that works for you, yeah? Okay, so then we are going to where am I moving to then? Item 8.3.1, is that where I'm going? Okay. Thanks, Jeevan. Sorry. Okay, so we're going to move. Actually, if he was scheduled for 2:00, why don't we get this first really fast one out of the way? Then we're going to take a short break and then bang through these 3 bylaws real quick. Okay, so I'm going to do item 8.2.1, request for decision signing of memorandum of understanding, Invest Greater Calgary, IGC, presented by Nimish Patel.
Good afternoon, Mayor, and through you to the council. Here again presenting what we presented a couple of weeks ago. It is regarding a recommendation that council direct the mayor to sign the City of Chestermere's Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, to be a founding member of Invest Greater Calgary, IGC. Oh, should I say it again?
No, you're good.
Okay. I don't think I need to go through the background. I did that a couple of weeks ago and before that, but I'll just do a quick synopsis here. The Invest Greater Calgary region, a collaboration initiative to regional economic development. Our collective goal is to work together and position the Calgary metropolitan region as the most attractive location in North America for investment and business growth. It's to showcase the opportunities that collaboration across our region can offer. Our shared commitment to fostering growth, innovation, and connection, not only in Calgary, but throughout the surrounding communities, contribute to the vibrancy of our economy. By working together, we strengthen our collective ability to attract investment, talent, and ideas that shape a prosperous future for all. I think I've talked about the regionalism, and historically in North America, it's been extremely successful, done right. And, we started down this journey in November of 23, and, it's taken a long time, but we wanted to get it right. And I think, we're at a point where, we're there to launch. And I think the launch would be in August, first week of August. A lot of the other communities have full support, and I'll find out exactly where those communities are tomorrow morning. But something, and I think Mr. Edney mentioned that I should say this. Over the last 10 days, I've been engaging quite a bit with industry participants, especially when they were here for Stampede, and representatives that represent Fortune 500 companies. And something that's not just myself, but my colleagues around the region and in Alberta, and some of the provincial bodies, we've come to understand and realize, especially over the last few weeks, is that outside of the energy industry, people don't know us. And, we take it for granted. I grew up here, and I just think that everybody knows us because being in the oil and gas patch, people did know us. But outside the energy industry, and don't forget, Calgary's expanding, the economic base is expanding into a lot of different areas. They don't know us. And this was reflected to us by a lot of the industries that have moved here and, people representing those industries. I spoke to one company, they moved here 3 years ago, and they moved something like 300 people here. Now they have a staff of 500. And, they didn't know anything about Calgary, where it existed, and the opportunities it had, until an industry group went out there and got them an interest. And it's a global company. And there was another company that mentioned the same thing. So I just wanted to highlight that because it's really important. Initiatives like this, regionalism, and I'm a full believer that, if our region does well, we will do well. The spillover positive externalities, in whatever form they are, it could be an actual industry settling here or labor workforce, people residing here. I think it benefits the community overall.
Great, thank you. And part of the reason why we had delayed this was to give me a chance to connect with other mayors as well. My understanding after hearing back from most of them, Calgary, Okotoks, Airdrie have already signed this. Cochrane will be signing by the end of the month. High River is still taking a look, and I have not heard back from the two counties. So I did not hear back from Rocky View County or from Foothills County. But my understanding is that of the former members of the CMRB, that's all who has signed it so far with that forward. So so with that, I just believe that we have the motion to proceed with signing the memorandum of understanding. So can I have the motion on the screen, please? And can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Schindler.
I move that council direct the mayor to sign the City of Chestermere's Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, to be a founding member of Invest Greater Calgary IGC.
Great, thank you. Any comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
So because we're about to tackle 3 big bylaws with one of our CPOs here, I'm going to suggest we take a quick 5-minute break, and we'll come back at 2:05. Thanks, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Just coming back, and we're going to be taking on 3 bylaws here back to back. So we're going to start with item 8.3.1, request for decision, bylaw 011-25, being the anti-bullying and harassment bylaw. And this is being presented by one of our CPOs, Blair Zinkan. Oh, sorry, my fault. People just keep pushing buttons. You're good now. You're good.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I am before you today to present our new and improved anti-bullying bylaw per direction received from Council on July 8th at the general meeting of Council. Recommendation from us is that we proceed to first and second, and if you deem fit, third and final reading of the bylaw today. Again, in July 8th, 2025 meeting, Council reviewed bylaw 00325 and expressed a clear preference to retain the anti-bullying bylaw as a standalone document. You also acknowledged that there were significant updates and revisions that were required with that bylaw based off of our expression that there was some difficulty in enforcing that bylaw. So what we've done is we've modernized it. We've put it as a standalone bylaw as requested by Council, and we're here to present it. Implications. Anti-bullying bylaw will provide a comprehensive and enforceable framework for addressing bullying and harassment in our community. It will support community safety, promote accountability, and ensure that enforcement tools are used responsibly and effectively by us as we manage this issue going forward. The bylaw will also enhance the ability of peace officers to respond to concerning behavior in a timely and responsive manner. We have our related policies and legislation, the Municipal Government Act, the Provincial Offences Procedure Act, what may be the future current Community Standards Bylaw, and what may be the former anti-bullying bylaw. And we also have an attachment, bylaw 011-25, the proposed new anti-bullying and harassment bylaw. You may also direct us to further revise the proposed bylaw based on your feedback, and you may also direct us to discontinue this bylaw based off of our previous discussions regarding the CSB and the existing anti-bullying bylaw if you choose. With that, I go to Council for your questions and comments. Would you like to page by page this as we've done in the past?
I don't think so, based on comments I've received from Council with regards to this bylaw. Are there any general questions that anybody from Council has with regards to the bylaw? Deputy Mayor Schindler.
Okay. So I just, a basic question, and I'm just going to assume that the answer is yes, but was this reviewed by legal?
We've had some feedback from legal, and we've also based this off of the Red Deer Community Standards Bylaw, which has in the past had what I understand was a successful prosecution of similar bullying provisions.
Okay. I'll pass back.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through the chair. I only have one general question, and that's the definition of public place doesn't specifically say that social media, for example, or online is a public place. Would it be considered a public place?
When we look at the definition of bullying, it's by any means whatsoever. Can I get the bylaw, please?
Yeah, that's right. If I could follow up with that, maybe a little bit more review of Section 4 under offenses, because it does say bullying, which has, for example, social media bullying, but no person shall bully any person in any public place.
Yes.
So if public place does not include online, then they're not doing anything wrong if they're harassing someone online.
We have to tie this back to Council's ability through the MGA to regulate this. That limits us to the public space or adjacent to a public space, or as it impacts a public space. So I've gone as wide as I possibly can with that net, in that I've included places in view of a public place, which for the purpose of this bylaw also means a highway. And again, in the definition of bullying, it is through any means whatsoever. So one party or both would need to be in a public space, in a public place for this to apply. That's the limitation of what we can regulate by bylaw.
Can I follow that up, Councillor Sambo, really quick?
Certainly.
So a question that I would ask then is, we know that there was changes to the School Act, where under the School Act now, there can be disciplinary measures taken with students for online bullying. So then, because a school could be a public place, could the school then ask for support from the CPOs with regards to this if they were able to demonstrate that there was bullying happening online, and then that's at the public place, it's provided by the school, then could we enforce our bylaw similar to what Councillor Sample is speaking of?
I expect that we likely could. Something we may also want, and this is a secondary consideration for us to take away, because we have so many schools in Chestermere, it is in sort of my plan to make a request of the Peace Officer Program to see whether we can have Education Act, the new Education Act, added to our appointment to be of greater utilities to the school. So far, that was just an in-here type thing, but I suppose this is a good enough place as any to put it out there.
Fair enough. Sorry. Councillor Sample, back to you if there was a follow-up you were looking for.
Thank you, Your Worship. Not really. I'm dissatisfied by the answer, but I think it is the answer. It doesn't sound like we have the authority to do much online, which is a shame because I think a good majority of the psychological bullying that happens between children is online.
I would tend to agree. But this is probably about as maximum as we can get dealing with bullying. If I'm to be very this is a place where the province and the feds really need to step it up. That's where this needs to be dealt with, not at the municipal level.
Yeah. But this is where the changes in the School Act, I do, like, just before I left education, they brought that into the School Act. Phenomenal bring-in, because it gave, when I was a vice principal, it gave me so many more tools in my toolbox to utilize, because then even as a vice principal, it gave me an extra tool in my toolbox to be able to go to police with it. Because then it came in under there. So that does exist now. How different school boards and different schools and principals and vice principals handle it, we don't have say on that anyway. But there was that change that was made in there that gave them that. So that's why I was curious if it could then, since we have that as a bylaw, if schools could also then access that as a resource as well. Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd also like to point out that the federal government is working on the Online Harms Act. It did die on the floor when the election was called, but I anticipate that it'll come back in the fall.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Schindler.
I see that there's provisions in here to address when parents are allowing the perpetuation of bullying. Is there anything further in relation to, say, an organization who's not doing something? Say, I don't know, there's an organization, perhaps a club or something, where they are encouraging or not doing their due diligence to stop bullying, perhaps on their premises or...
Through the chair, I didn't open it up that wide, and it's primarily because there's always going to be a person participating or failing to do something. Okay.
Right.
Whether the organization has internal policies or structures that they require people to follow, that would be on them to enforce. My job is to make sure that the bylaw is upheld with respect to the person bullying the person, if that's the way we go today, or as is the case with a parent that is responsible for a young person or child as defined under the Young Offenders Act.
Okay. Okay. So with that, can I? Oh, sorry, Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Worship. I do have a suggestion, point 8.4, where it states that council may provide their decision verbally or in writing. If we can just keep it to in writing, I think it'll be important to provide a written decision just in the event they choose to file an appeal.
So, Councillor Ryan, if I may, can I get you to make the motion to for council to pass first reading of bylaw?
Sure.
011-25.
Yeah, my bad.
So, Councillor Ryan?
Yes, I move that council give first reading to bylaw number 011-25, being the anti-bullying and harassment bylaw as amended.
And then make your recommendation for amendment to that.
And
exactly what you just said a minute ago.
And the recommendation that I'm looking for is for paragraph 8.4. Council may provide. Sorry, I think I should say council provide their decision in writing to the appellant.
Any comments or questions with regards to the motion?
Through the chair, to Councillor Narayan, we did actually just finish developing that tool. It's between legal and I right now. The mayor should see a copy of it relatively quick.
Okay. Okay, Deputy Mayor Schindler?
Just the follow-up to that 8.5, if a decision is in writing, the CAO, et cetera, should we just say the decision or something different? Because it's supposing that we're giving it other than in writing.
So I think we just take out the first part that says it. CAO may serve the decision to the appellant in the same manner as remedial order in section 7.2.
Which may be a change as well.
Yep. So second bullet point, remove from section 8.5 if the decision is in writing. Okay. Any other comments with regards to the motion? Councillor Ryan, can I get you to restate the motion, please?
Certainly move that council give first reading to bylaw number 011-25, being the anti-bullying and harassment bylaw as amended, section 8.4. Council provide the decision in writing to the appellant and remove from section 8.5 if the decision is in writing.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have a councillor make a motion for second reading, please? Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council give second reading to bylaw 011-25, being the anti-bullying and harassment bylaw.
Great, thank you. Just as a reminder for all of us, because with all the work that we're going on today and things like that, just a reminder that the second reading is automatically changed now with those things that we did in 8.4 and 8.5. So is there any additional amendments that anybody would want to the bylaw 011-25? Seeing no comments, call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Because that's carried unanimously, I would like to suggest that we proceed with the request from administration to do all three readings today. So with that, because we're doing three readings in one meeting, we need to give unanimous consent to do that. So can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council give permission to proceed with the third and final reading for bylaw number 011-25, being the anti-bullying and harassment bylaw.
Comments, questions from council? Deputy Mayor Schindler?
No, for the next one, sorry.
Sorry. Councillor Ryan?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Just a quick question with respect to appeals. How would residents find out about the process, the procedure, in order to file an appeal for any of these?
Can we pause that question and can you ask it at third reading?
Sure.
Perfect. Okay. Don't want to shut your question down. It just doesn't fit with this motion. Any other questions with regards to the motion? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Narayan.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. With respect to making an appeal, how would residents, anyone that has been issued a violation ticket or whatever, where will they find the procedure on filing appeals?
Are you referring to an appeal of a remedial order or a violation ticket?
Violation ticket.
A violation ticket, all the information to appeal or take the matter to trial is contained on the face of the ticket. It's a standard form that has to be approved by Alberta Justice before we're allowed to even use an e-ticketing system.
Okay. With that, then, can I have a councillor make a motion to give third and final reading? Deputy Mayor Schindler.
I move that council give third and final reading to bylaw number 011-25, being the anti-bullying and harassment bylaw.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. With that, I just want to say thank you to administration for your response to council's desire on this. We were pretty clear on how we were celebrated in terms of like having this bylaw, and I thank you for the work that you did also in going out and seeing what other municipalities had and looking at that and copying that, and also for the work that's been done with that bylaw to make sure that it's enforceable. And it sounds like now that we have a much more enforceable bylaw that's going to put a whole bunch more tools in your toolkit, so to speak. So I just want to thank administration for their work on this particular bylaw. It's unfortunate that we need such a bylaw in our community. That's an unfortunate state of affairs within our community. However, I do think it's a comment on our commitment to stopping harassing and bullying within our community by having it as a separate bylaw. So I just want to say thank you to administration for your work on that. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. If you wouldn't mind, I'd like to propose another motion that we direct administration to share this with our schools.
Yeah, absolutely. So just to provide a copy?
Let me think about language. Something to the effect of share the updated bylaw with all the schools in Chestermere, with also a plain language explanation of how the bylaw can support their students.
It's a great idea. Councillor Grant?
Might I suggest that communication with the school board would be important as well?
With schools and school board?
Schools and school board.
Through the chair, just a quick point on that to Councillor Grant. This bylaw only applies geographically within the city of Chestermere. So
good point.
Rocky View County School Division may not need to be notified broadly because
Sure.
they do have schools all over the county.
No, I think we should let them know. And the reason why we should let them know is because on things like suspensions and things like that, or expulsions, really more from an expulsion standpoint, I think it's good to let the school boards know what we're doing. And I also think that it would be fair that if communication was coming from a municipality, from another municipality to one of our organizations, I think out of courtesy, our council would also like to be informed. So I think it's a political courtesy to provide it to the elected officials as well.
Very good.
Mr. Chair, updated anti-bullying harassment bylaw with schools in Chestermere and related school boards. Councillor Sambo, does that hit what you were going for?
I'll add more onto the end.
Yep.
Including plain language explanations of how the bylaw can support their students. Plain language explanations. So we would take out the word and. On how the bylaw. No, sorry.
No, you had it.
So if we go back to related school boards, including.
No, you've got it. Okay.
Including plain language.
Nope. Plain language, including plain language.
Guess it's not that plain of language if we're saying plain language. No comma, plain language explanations of how the bylaw can support their students.
Does that work?
I believe so. Would you like me to read this, Your Worship?
Yes, please.
I move that council direct administration to share the updated anti-bullying and harassment bylaw with schools in Chestermere and related school boards, including plain language explanations of how the bylaw can support their students.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. Okay, item 8.3.2, request for decision, bylaw 003-25, being the community standards bylaw.
Okay, so once again, appearing to present this bylaw to you, recommendations to council on bylaw 003-25. We've taken it back. We've collected all the feedback that you had at the July 8th meeting of council, and we've basically gone into the omnibus bylaw and we've fixed everything that you've requested. Hopefully to your satisfaction. I'll find out today. Recommendation before you is that you proceed to second reading of bylaw 003-25, being the community standards bylaw. So again, going down to subject and background, we had a lot of feedback on July 8th. Attached bylaw should be reviewed in its entirety. The requests council have been reviewed with multiple subtle changes in wording. Within most provisions, it's intended to clarify and allow Chestermere Municipal Enforcement to be more effective in the application of a revised bylaw, as well as other bylaws that are brought forward to council for consideration. We'll go through the key changes here, just line by line it. Key changes to 003-25. Added a definition for city employee, sign, and poster for the updated the definition of owner as required in the context of the bylaw. Numbering section 2 has been corrected and now linear from start to finish. Section 2.2, as we just previously discussed, you expressed a desire to keep the anti-bullying as a separate document. Section 18 has been removed from this bylaw so that could happen and not interfere with one another. Section 2.6, old section 2.4, page 2. This definition was updated per the request of council and is more specific. The possible addition of section 4.11. Council had come forward and suggested that we do something to address the signage on the highways. Given that this bylaw is already extremely wide open, and like I said, it's an omnibus bylaw for all intents and purposes, what we've done is we've created a separate temporary signs on highways bylaw that we'll be presenting shortly. And that should allow us to regulate that activity with respect to the highways. Where are we here? Section 5.6, 5.7 added for greater clarity on the applicability of 5.6 and that 5.6 shall not apply within the confines of a private dwelling to address Councillor Grant's point. Everything else remains untouched and the sections were bumped down to accommodate that. Section 5.13, we identified a deficiency in our review, and I don't know how we hadn't caught this years and years ago. We will make interference or obstruction with a city employee engaged in their duties an offense under this part. Section 7. My understanding from council is that an explanation on what was presented in the first reading is required of administration. While I was involved in the drafting of the wording for that section, it was not my section to direct the intent of. With that said, I'm going to yield my podium here to Mr. Burness. He can present the explanation. I'll return to explain and take any questions on the new section that's been put into this version presented for second reading.
Thanks, Blair. Good afternoon, Council. Okay, so the reason we have redrafted this part of the bylaw is, I will admit, it is a very small part of my job as a staff member, but we had a few residents come to us with some concerns about the current permit and how difficult it can be to fill out and get one back. And when we looked at it as administration, we started doing a little bit more research into busking in general, and actually found that it may be even more beneficial for the city and for administration to completely take out the permitting system entirely. I understand that municipalities in Alberta have permits for busking, and that is the general consensus in Alberta. That being said, I know that this council is looking to be a leader in all-ways governance. So when I did a lot of research on my own time with this, I actually found that a lot of the European models don't have permits at all. And actually the city of York, which has 200,000 people in it, have the exact same model as what's being proposed here. So we know that it can work with growth as well. Not necessarily just for a city of 30 or 40,000, but if a city with 200,000 is making it work, I'm sure that a 5 to 10 year plan with this is reasonable. If you have any specific questions about the section, feel free to let me know and I'll do my best to answer them.
So right now, with regards to this, I think we've been presented with two different versions. One has permits in it, one has permits out. Correct?
Are those the two versions we have? Is one with permits?
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, through the mayor to council, there isn't two versions necessarily in here, but the old wording is in behind, like the old bylaw with permitting
yes.
wording is in behind. So we could choose to add that permitting back in. Is that correct?
So that's bylaw 009-19.
Yeah.
So the original, the current status of this bylaw is with permits. And if council so chooses, we could keep that language the same and not change it to the new proposed model, which would take it permits out of it.
Yeah,
Okay,
so if you were to look at the old bylaw, section 6, we could put wording in similar to section 6.2 and 3.
Okay, I apologize. When I'm reading this right now, bylaw I have in front of me, 7.6, a permit issued pursuant to section 7.4. So is the one that's coming for second reading have permits in it or doesn't have permits in it? Mr. Edney?
Thank you. So the second reading is what is presented right there that you're reading. It's essentially saying that no person shall busk except you can busk in these places. At Anniversary Park and John Peak.
Yep.
You can only have
look
two.
down at 7.6.
You can only have two people there. That should reference 7.4, where it says a permit issued pursuant to section 7.4 should say 7.5, which says despite 7.1 and 7.2, the CAO may allow busking by way of an exemption permit.
To the chair, if I may, the direction I received was that permitting was to be added back in. It is our pre-existing policy on this, and that this matter be proposed for debate of council, whether we want to keep the old model in here or whether we want to move to the proposed new model that was on first reading.
Right.
That was my understanding.
Yeah, so I think what has happened was that there was a change. Council was unaware that at first reading, council was unaware that the passing of first reading, had that gone all the way through to 3 readings, would have eliminated permits as part of the process. Council was unaware of this. I think that that is a material change. What I believe from a good governance standpoint is that the council makes a decision on whether or not permits should exist, and then administration figures out the process on that permitting process. So we don't direct like what goes on the permit, name, age. We don't do that. That's administration's work. Our point from a governance standpoint is whether or not permits should exist. And what happened was that was a material change that I learned about subsequent, like after we passed first reading. And in my opinion, we should have been made aware of that. And so now what has happened is it's being put back in. So I think what we need to do, well, it is though.
No. Can you bring that up? Those are different things.
Are they?
It's
Sorry, Mr. Edney.
Sorry, the way I read this is you can do it without a permit, or I can give you a permit. We can't have both in there. Is that right? Like,
Section 7.2 is basically in these locations and under these conditions, you can busk in these areas, right? But it does limit the activity to those locations. And then it opens it up with the rest of the locations in the city that we will give you a permit or we will explore a permit for you if you so choose, and you're not going to do it within the confines of this.
right. So there's basically a hybrid in here right now. If you can go do it without a permit, as long as you do it in the way 7.2 says. If you want to do it differently, you can make an application. But I think your fundamental question, if I understand it right, is before you had to get a permit no matter where you were doing it.
Mm-hmm.
So the question is, do you want everybody to have a permit, Do you want nobody to have a permit, or do you want to do something like this that says you can do it without a permit under these conditions? If you want to do it differently, you have to come and get a permit. I capture that, Blair?
That is essentially what's being put to council, yes.
So this is the hybrid model.
Okay, yes. Okay.
And an absolute permitting model to the chair would be simply to delete 7.2. It's
Thank
a
you.
very quick fix.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just trying to understand how all these sections work with these other sections. And I'm looking at 7.4, and it says that you can busk in these certain parks, but only a maximum of 2 buskers. But these buskers don't have permits, correct?
That is correct.
So how do we know who's first?
We don't. It would be.
So how do we adjudicate that?
We don't.
So I have it.
So, Councillor Grant, if I may, I think the first question we have to answer as a council is whether or not there should be permits. And I'm trying to figure out how to do that as a motion. So, I mean, is it straightforward enough to have a motion that to busking in Chestermere will require a permit? Is it that straightforward? I'm just trying to figure out, because is it that straightforward, Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Worship. I think Blair was on the right track. Of the way I read this, if council removed section 7.2 and 7.4, then this section would say 7.1, no person shall busk within the city. No person shall fail to comply with the demand of a peace officer to cease this. Despite those 2 sections, the CAO or their designate may allow the act of busking by way of a permit, the issue of which is at the CAO or their designate's discretion, and a permit issued pursuant to that shall outline the period of time, the specific location, yada, yada. So I think if you just had a motion to remove 7.2 and 7.4, that makes it
That makes
permitting
it
everywhere.
100% permitting.
Right,
100%
so we should answer the fundamental question. Before we make edits,
Yeah.
we should answer the fundamental question about permits. Yes? So my question was, going back to that, is the motion simple enough that busking in Chestermere will require a permit? Yes or no? And then we adjust the bylaw according to how that vote goes. Is it that simple? I see a nod from our CPO.
Is
Mr.
it?
Edney?
I think.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, if I may suggest, I think for the purposes of what we're doing, that motion could be made, but you could make it in the form of remove 7.2 and 7.4. If that gets defeated, then you've got your answer that you can do it without a
I think
permit.
that's messy. I think we should answer the fundamental question. I think we simplify.
Answer the fundamental question and then go into what you want to see and not see in this.
Okay, Deputy Mayor?
Potential solution, busking will only be permitted at the following locations with a maximum of 2 buskers. Having designated busking sites. In other jurisdictions, they have busk stops, where you can put up a small sign, and there are 2 locations within John Peak Park where people can busk. Otherwise, they can't do that anywhere else, and that could be, once they're full, they're full. Maybe not necessarily a permit thing that you can go with a permit or not have a permit, but having spots designated for that might help us alleviate the maximum 2 buskers locations per location.
Okay, so I think we're starting to debate. So I think we need to put the motion on the floor and then debate it. So the motion that I think we should put on the floor is should it be right? Because then we can adjust the motion. So what I'm saying, Deputy Mayor, is that then, right, within that motion, you could make that as a suggestion, because maybe that's how we amend the motion, right? That's what I'm saying. So I think we need to answer the fundamental question, because this is a fundamental question, right? And so I'd like to see a motion, council. Council direct administration to require permitting for busking in Chestermere. Would that get us to answering that question? I think it does. Because then we debate whether or not they require a permit. Does that hit it? Okay, so I'd love to debate this. So do I have a Councillor Deputy Mayor Schindler?
Oh, to read this, I suppose. I move that council direct administration to require permitting for busking in Chestermere.
Thank you. Okay, now opening up for comments, questions, debate. Deputy Mayor.
Permitting is a thing. It can be cumbersome, especially if you have to come in for a permit. A lot of busking happens on weekends when we're not open. Should there be an online portal where people can get their permit? I would approve of this wholeheartedly, whether it's a minimal cost or just so that we can register the people that are using our busking areas. I would also like to amend that to have busking stops being put into this bylaw. And direct administration do that. That might be a separate motion, though.
Sure. Yeah, I'll play my cards on this. Deputy Mayor, this is why I wanted to get the motion. I fully support your idea on the busking stops. I think it's a phenomenal idea. I think having this idea of busking stops, these are the places that you can do it, great. I think administration coming forward with a simplified process of permitting is a great idea, whether it's an online portal and things like that. I do think that we should be requiring permitting for busking, similar to the idea of what we do with, we require business licenses in our community for people to be operating businesses. And so to me, I think that if you're wanting to busk, I think we make it as simple as possible. But I do think, I would be voting in favor of this motion, but open to debate and willing to change my mind. But Councillor Sample.
Thank you, Your Worship. May I ask a question through you to administration? What is the cost for this license at this time?
Thank you. Currently, I believe it's $25 for a permit.
$25, and the offense, if you were busking without a license, is $100.
That is correct in the current iteration, I believe.
It is through the chair, it's a minimum penalty of $100, specified penalty of $200, if I recall correctly, yes.
Okay, so folks would be motivated. I would be in support of having permitting, but I think it should be a free permit. I don't think people are making bank when they're doing this. I think it just registers folks so we know that we don't have 40 people all in the same place at the same time.
Okay. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to administration, what is the duration of the permit currently when we issue them?
That is part of the reason why we went down this rabbit hole. There isn't one currently. It's kind of a fill in the blank situation currently.
Okay, I would, in my opinion, I think, again, with the same sentiments as Councillor Sambo, I believe that people should largely be free to do stuff, and where we do need to control it for a certain reason, we can control it. But I think we should open it up to being able to, for it not to be cumbersome to do it. So if we are going to give them a permit, it should be, in my opinion, it should be yearly probably, where you come, you get like a business license. You get your business license at the beginning of the year, you are good to busk for the whole year. And then part of that, with Councillor Schindler's recommendation of making it easy to gain the permit through an online portal, I think I would be happy with those items being included, and I think that would solve all my concerns.
Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. As a lover of music myself, I side with Councillor Sandbo and not requiring any money for busking, and also in the spirit of creativity for these musicians and buskers. I think we should have generalized areas, but they should be able to do it in almost any public place, because that also supports the spirit of what busking is. I think we need to designate what they are. Like, I don't want anybody on my front step in the street, but maybe in certain areas, where buskers, I mean, they're the ones who generally know where it's good to busk when you see them anywhere in the world. So we should try to find out where those places are and support that initiative. And I'm sure bylaw for buskers who are not following other bylaws, that's the only thing that concerns me, which is, our bylaw officers will take care of us in the way that they are peace officers in the city for, nuisances or whatever else. So, yeah. No money, and we should designate the areas, but should be relatively broad to support the spirit of busking.
So in light of that, I don't think we're going to be offside with this, but let me get through the 3 bullet points I'm about to make, and then administration can yell at me as required. So I would like to add council direct administration to require permitting for busking in Chestermere with the following provisions. Free permitting process. Creation of, what'd you call it? Bus stops? Bus stops. Thank you. Bus stops areas, would that work? Yeah. Or it's inherent? Okay, thank you. And there was a third. Creation of bus stops.
Yearly permitting, I believe was.
And a annual permit. So I don't think I'm too in the weeds on that. Administration? Am I good? Okay. Deputy Mayor, did you make this motion? Yeah. Okay. Are you good with those provisions?
I'm just, because they're free. If they're free, then my point wouldn't matter. So I can.
Can you restate? Can you restate the motion, please, and then I'll come back to you.
Get a little bit of thought from administration. How does this look? Is this doable?
Yeah, so restate the motion, then I'm going to ask that exact question.
Okay, I move that council direct administration to require permitting for busking in Chestermere with the following provisions: free permitting process, creation of busk stops, and annual permitting.
Okay. Lara, I think you had a comment.
Through the chair to council in general, do we want to make the busking only at bus stops? Or do we want to have provisions that cover off other locations? Or is the city identifying every location in our jurisdiction where the busking is going to be permitted?
So I think that's outside the permit. I think that's going to be in the bylaw. Mr. Edley?
That was my question. Do you need a permit to busk at the bus stop, or
and are we
only busk at the bus stop, or can you busk anywhere else?
So we're creating a prohibition on busking in the city with the exception of locations where the CAO or his designate identifies as a busk stop by sign. Just to be clear.
That's what it sounds. It sounds like we're still hitting a bit of the hybrid.
Okay.
But with this idea of these are the provisions that we want to see in the permit.
Okay.
Because I think
this is
okay. I'm trying not to presuppose. I'm trying not to presuppose. I'm trying not to presuppose a vote. What I'm suggesting is, should this pass, what's going to need to happen is administration is going to have to take the community centers bylaw back and make it fit this. So what I'm suggesting is we're testing this, because if this fails, we're going to have a very different conversation with the bylaw. If this passes, administration is going to need time to address some more things in the bylaw, I think. But we need to test. Remember, what I was getting at was the fundamental question. Deputy Mayor?
And sorry, would we then be prudent to add a section on authorized events? So, for example, we have Canada Day, and we have a whole bunch of buskers around John Peak Park as part of a planned busking event or addition to our events. Do we need to have that provision in this motion? Or can we just work that in?
Through the chair, in creating a new, essentially it's going to be a partial redraft. In creating a new section 7, I can make reference to a temporary busk stop where designated by sign, and that will allow the CAO to temporarily throw up something like you would see when we're doing snow removal. where you can't park subject to a temporary sign. And if we just had a couple of those hanging around and we ran an event like Councillor Schindler suggested, we could throw that in as a sort of catch-all where you need to comply with this sign. It'll allow for additional signage to be placed at his discretion.
But we do that.
We can do that.
Right, but we do that now a little bit with food trucks anyway. Right, because we tell the food trucks that get a business license that they can't operate on Canada Day. Right?
That's what I'm.
So that could, right, I think but that's under the purview of administration. Okay. Any other comments, questions with regards to the motion? Okay. So now we'll call for the vote. Okay, so that's carried unanimously. So now I will go back to administration and I will say, which, because I think you have to go back and take a bit of a rework now based on this. And so would the suggestion be to take the rework, or do you need to go and do a rework, or do you think we can do this now? Could we even table this for a hot minute and then bring it back later today, or should we? How would you administration like us to proceed? Mr. Edney?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think we should take this away and come back with it. I think this idea of an annual permitting, bus stops, number of people at the bus stops, how do we determine who was there first, who was there last, is going to be more than a 5-minute task.
I agree.
For us to do today. So I'd suggest we take this bylaw away and come back, I guess, in September.
And there's not a risk right now, if you will, in terms of waiting until September with this particular bylaw, is there?
Not that I'm aware of. What council may also consider is because we're now we're significantly complicating this issue. I suppose to the chair, a suggestion could be that council proceeds with the remainder of the bylaw and directs administration to take busking out wholesale to create a separate bylaw to deal with that for September. And that way we're not losing everything else, because this is an omnibus bylaw that does not just touch on busking. There's a lot of other revisions in here.
Steve?
If I could just jump in, I'm not a bylaw expert, so forgive me if this is offside or wrong, but with these 3 specific points that you guys just passed, could we not just include those in the permit on the administration side, and then the bylaw itself can just say no busking unless issued a permit? Like we can just take out, like Mr. Edney's suggestion of just taking out, I think it was 7.2 and 7.4, and making it only allowable by permit. These 3 things of annual permitting, busk stops, and a free permitting process can just be included in the permit side that administration can work on.
Looking at ledge services, I'm seeing a shaking of head. I'm not sure, Vanessa, if you want to speak to this. It sounds to me, based on what was said, an alternative that we do have right now is that we could go with the suggestion of take busking right out of and create a separate busking bylaw on its own. To ledge services?
Through the chair to mayor and council, I would suggest doing it on its own, only because it makes it cleaner, because now we need to come back and have the zones you guys want, including mapping, and then the fines, and get up the proper permit to relook at it and possibly revise it. So I would have it as its own and just remove it out of the bylaw altogether on your first reading.
A second reading.
Sorry, yeah, second reading.
And to the chair, that will be the simplest for our side of things to rework this and give you what you want.
Okay, Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Are there any other changes in this bylaw that are critical that need to be approved right away? Because if we remove busking into its own bylaw, to me, that could make sense. I don't think we have that many people busking right now, so I'm not sure it's worth that much attention.
Busking's not a huge problem in City of Chestermere. We don't get a lot of calls about it. There are other revisions in this bylaw that probably should be done that we would like to have for the summer.
Okay.
Which is why I suggested we just remove busking altogether, because it's not a major problem right now. We're likely not going to get a call this summer. there are other mechanisms that this bylaw would grant to us that would potentially allow us to capture it in the short interim if needed. And then we bring it back in September as its own bylaw, its own provisions, its own process, because we're talking about taking this section from little chunk and making it very large, potentially.
So since first reading, I believe that's captured in your report, we've already captured all the changes that have been made since first reading, correct?
For the most part, if I could go back to the RFD, please. So let me take a quick peruse through this. Nope, there are other sections that we addressed in this bylaw that was direction of council with respect to open space area, public space, more with respect to the signage. There's other significant revisions that have happened that we still haven't touched on yet.
Right, but sorry, those have been made. My point being, council has all had the opportunity to review the entire bylaw, right? So we come into council meeting prepared, having read the bylaw. The only, I think, contentious point had to do with this busking piece. And so my point being is that if we were to, I'm going to test a motion here to see how you feel about it. So, Josh, we are really relying on you today, man. Council, so this would be to move to second reading. So council gives second reading to bylaw being the community as amended with the removal as amended, no, because the amendments are already captured. As amended with the removal of the busking section. So what I'm saying is in the report, this is what I want to say back to you to see if everything I'm saying is factually true. So what I believe to be true is that in your report that you gave to council that was made public for everybody to be able to view, for public to be able to read coming into today, the bylaw, all the amendments have been made in the bylaw.
Yes.
Okay. All we're saying is as amended, according to the report that so they've already been made, but the change that we're making today is the removal of the busking section.
Yes.
So this would approve everything else in the bylaw as you've already done, and we've all had the chance to review it.
Yes.
Okay. So, do I have a counselor that is willing to make the following motion to move to second reading? Councillor Sample.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council give second reading to bylaw 003-25 being the community standards bylaw as amended with the removal of the busking section.
Any comments or questions from council? Is there anything else that you wanted to see changed within the bylaw? Great. Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. So my suggestion would be then we move to third reading. Busking is out. Everything else is in. Council didn't have any objections to anything else. So my suggestion would be that we move to third reading, and then we're going to make a motion after this one for the creation of a busking bylaw. Good? Okay. Can I have a councillor make the motion for third and final reading, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council give third and final reading to bylaw number 003-25 being the community standard bylaw.
Comments, questions from council? Deputy Mayor?
No.
Okay. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. And then we'll need a motion for the creation of a busking bylaw. How, Ledge Services, if you could help me with this, because do you need a number for that right now or no? Okay. Josh, I'm going to rely on you since this is your world of Ledge Services. Have at her. Oh, am I? Yep. To the September 9th. September 9th work? You're going to go back to the September 9th regular meeting of council. Vanessa? Ms. Vandermeer?
Through the chair to mayor and council, just if we can check if that works with CPO Blair for the date, because he'll be the one doing the enforcement side of it.
September 9 works.
Okay. Good?
Thank you.
Good? Awesome. Can I have a counselor make the following motion, please? Counselor Sample.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council direct administration to draft a busking bylaw and bring it back to the September 9th, 2025 regular meeting of council.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. Okay, and we got one more. So this is a request for decision bylaw 035-25, being the temporary signage bylaw. Council, I believe this one's going to be a simple process, but I will let Blair explain first and then walk us through kind of what the idea is here. So,
Okay, so to council on July 8th at the general meeting. Sorry, I'll wait for them. At the July 8th general meeting of council, there were concerns raised by council on the increasing number of temporary signs being placed along the roadsides throughout the city. What the recommendations on bylaw 034-25 is that council proceed with first reading of bylaw 034-25, being the new temporary signs on highways bylaw. In essence, since neither the community standards bylaw nor the land use bylaw as amended regulate signage on highways, we had a gap in our regulatory structure. And just so that everybody's on the same page, because this very frequently becomes a point of confusion, a highway for the purposes of this bylaw is anything defined as a highway pursuant to the Traffic Safety Act. So to sort of paraphrase and bring that down, it's any publicly accessible road that in the rural context is fence to fence, road surface included, including the ditches. In an urban area like that's built out as residential or commercial, it's going to be the road surface, the boulevards, including the sidewalks and the grassy areas. So that's what this was designed to capture. Anything on private property is regulated by the land use bylaw under section 9. Anything that is in an open space went through CSB. Okay, now we're capturing what's left. So, bylaw 034-25 addresses this regulatory gap by clearly defining who is responsible for the placement of temporary signs. It prohibits temporary signs on all highways and posters on city property, including light standards, traffic control devices, sound attenuation walls. The bylaw also requires sign owners to remove unauthorized signs or posters and makes failure to do so an offense. It also includes provisions for making it an offense to obstruct one of us in the performance of our duties. The bylaw grants community peace officers and all city employees in the context of this bylaw is basically everybody that's an outdoor worker, the authority to remove and dispose of sign or retain and return them at their discretion. It also empowers the CAO to issue and revoke permits for temporary signs, for example, bulls on the beach, if we wanted to let them throw some up, with or without notice or liability. Standard enforcement provisions under the Municipal Government Act have been included for clarity, and the bylaw does ensure that complaints are properly vetted to prevent misuse or frivolous enforcement. Open space signage, again, is regulated under the CSB as passed. The election sign context. Bylaw also builds upon discussions held in late 2024, early 2025 regarding the regulation of election signage within the city. While municipalities are not permitted to regulate the placement of provincial or federal election signage, they do retain the authority to regulate municipal election signage. To simplify enforcement and ensure consistency, administration is recommending that the city align its approach with the province of Alberta's guidelines for election signage. This would provide a clear and uniform standard for candidates and residents, reduce confusion on election day and election periods, and streamline the city's enforcement efforts. Aligning with the provincial standard also minimizes the need for separate municipal rules while still allowing the city to manage signage related to its own municipal elections. This recommendation supports the broader intent of this bylaw by promoting clarity, reducing administrative burden, and ensuring that all signage, whether temporary or election related, is managed in a consistent and enforceable manner. The implications: without this specific bylaw addressing the temporary signs on highways, we must rely on the common law de facto ownership of the road right-of-ways by the city. This limits our ability to hold individuals accountable for signage that they place in our road right-of-ways. It effectively amounts to removal as unwanted waste on private property. Passing this bylaw will close this regulatory gap and allow us to reduce this nuisance and limit the liability to the city. We have related policies and legislation, the Municipal Government Act, Josh, if I could get you to scroll down there, bud. Provincial Offences Procedures Act again, Traffic Safety Act for cross-referencing certain definitions, and the Community Standards Bylaw, because we have also dealt with signs in that bylaw. And attached is this bylaw, being the temporary signs on highways bylaw, for debate. Other options that you can consider, you can direct us to further revise this bylaw and come back to you based off of the feedback today, and that you accept this bylaw for information.
Great, thank you. So along with that, as part of our agenda prep process, the reason for the recommendation, council proceed with first reading of bylaw 034-25 being the temporary signs on highways bylaw. The recommendation with, the reason for that recommendation is we simply do first reading today, and then administration is going to go away and do some more further work on this and come back, and it kind of opens the possibility then of adding back in the election signs, bringing this back for September 9th, so that moving into the election period, because you can't put up election signs until a month before anyway, so that we could pass, so then right before basically the election happens, it'll be really clear where you can and cannot put your election signs. So the idea on this was just moving into the summer break, simply pass first reading today, let administration go do a whole bunch of work, and this will come back September 9th. Ledge Services, I get that correct? I see nodding. So so my recommendation is to continue to move our meeting forward. We simply give first reading and allow the process to unfold, and this will be coming back to us at the September 9th regular meeting of council. So can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I motion council give first reading to bylaw number 034-25 being the temporary signs on highways bylaw.
Comments, questions from council? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one question about the authorities given to the city employees. And I just wonder how that works unless they're actually, so say Mr. Edney gives permission for someone to put signs up for something. Would the city employees automatically know that you gave permission for this sign? Or are they going to be operating on the understanding that we're driving around and I see a sign, I'm going to grab it?
Mr. Edney?
Thank you, Your Worship, to Councillor Grant. So that would be a procedural thing where we're going to have to figure out what the notification looks like if I do give one of those temporary permits, to make sure everybody is aware. It gives some broad authority, but I don't think it will be a mass email of any city employee, just pick up any sign. It's more so it's not just CPOs. It can be a roads crew or even myself, something like that if I see something. So yeah, we'll make sure it's communicated properly.
Okay. With that, call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. That closes off those three items. So I'm going to suggest we take another quick 5-minute break here, or kind of reset. We will come back at 3:15 and start off with 8.1.3. Thanks, everyone. See you at 3:15. Good afternoon, everyone. Moving now through our agenda still, looking at item 8.1.3. This is Bylaw 018-25, being the West Waterford Land Use Bylaw Amendment. This is being presented by Jivan Sandhu, Planner 2. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Jivan Sandhu, Planner 2 with the Community Growth and Infrastructure Department. Before moving forward, I would like to acknowledge that all my comments pertaining to this presentation shall be made through the CAO to the Mayor and members of Council. Administration is here to present an outline plan and land use redesignation application for West Waterford. I would like to note that the outline plan and land use redesignation are two separate processes that need to occur concurrently. But to reduce redundancy, there will be one presentation to cover the two reports in the agenda package. In addition, I'm supported by other members of administration and the applicant to help answer any detailed questions. This is just a quick overview of what will be discussed in the presentation. So administration is presenting on two separate processes that are happening concurrently. So we are requesting for the following motions: that Council accept the West Waterford Outline Plan dated June 2025 as shown in Attachment A for information, and for the land use amendment that Council give first reading to Bylaw 018-25, being amendments to the Bylaw 020-24, being the land use bylaw as amended, as shown in Attachment A, and that Council approve the scheduling of a public hearing for Bylaw 018-25 for September 9th at 10 a.m. So just for further clarification, we would also like to provide information on how the approval process will work for these two concurrent applications. So the approval process and timing for the outline plan is depicted in light blue. For the outline plan to be approved, it is adopted by resolution, but it is being brought forward today as a request for information to provide the necessary background information to support the land use amendment. The land use amendment requires 3 readings, so the outline plan will be brought forward again before second and third reading. So the applicant is B&A Studios on behalf of the landowners that are listed for approximately 46.15 hectares of land. The proposal is for the West Waterford Outline Plan and concurrently amend the land use bylaw. So just for some context, the subject area is in red, which is generally in the southwest portion of the city, and the proposal is for the final outline plan within the Waterford Area Structure Plan, which is shown in the black dotted line on the aerial image. So this application has been reviewed by all relevant city departments and external agencies. Administration has been working closely with the applicant to address any comments and concerns raised. Currently, administration does not have any significant issues or concerns with the application. A public notice sign was posted by the applicant on the subject site on March 20, 2025, and the applicant facilitated their own engagement session at the Rec Center on April 2nd, 2025. A summary of the engagement session is included within the agenda package. In terms of existing conditions of the site, it is mainly agricultural with one farmstead. The map on the right identifies the existing wetlands and drainage courses within the site. The smaller disturbed wetlands throughout the development will be removed. The wetlands located near the southeast portion of the site will be integrated into a future storm pond and will go through the necessary Water Act approvals through the province. The drainage course shown in the blue line will be maintained. So the application proposes to redesignate 46.15 hectares of urban transition land to residential, direct control, public service land uses and roads as shown. The outline plan proposes to accommodate 937 residential units at a gross density of 8.4 units per acre, which is in compliance with the 2016 and 2025 Municipal Development Plan. Obviously noting some of the changes that were happening earlier. The proposed build-out will anticipate a build-out of almost 2,500 residents. Several parcels will be redesignated as public service lands and will be dedicated as municipal reserve, municipal school reserve, environmental reserve, or public utility lot as depicted on the image. The proposal is designating 10.23% of municipal reserve, which slightly exceeds the minimum 10% requirement. The municipal reserve adjacent to the storm pond and drainage will only be granted 50% credit. Furthermore, the environmental reserve will not be given any credit towards achieving the minimum 10% in municipal reserve requirement. The open space provided includes a small park, a creek, a stormwater pond, and the school sites as shown on this plan. Administration would like to note that the proposed school is 7.34 acres, which is smaller than required under the joint use planning agreement between the city and the respective school district. However, administration has received written confirmation from the Rocky View School Board that the slightly smaller size is acceptable. The proposed outline plan and land use amendment has been reviewed against the policies within the guiding documents identified here and will be described in more detail on the following slides. So typically, applications are assessed based on the policies and regulations in effect at the time the application is submitted. So as a result, the West Waterford outline plan and land use redesignation was initially reviewed under the 2016 Municipal Development Plan. However, administration received written confirmation from the applicant and the landowner that they wish to have their application reviewed against the 2025 Municipal Development Plan. So the IDP was adopted in 2020, which is after the approvals of the Gateway and Waterford area structure plans, along with other respective outline plans in the area. As the application for West Waterford was submitted after the adoption of the IDP, the proposal must adhere to this statutory document. The proposed OP generally adheres to the IDP that envisions street-oriented developments on both sides, where buildings should be designed to have their primary entrances facing the interface street. Administration and the City of Calgary have had ongoing discussions pertaining to this application and its adherence to the IDP. From a planning perspective, both municipal administrations are satisfied that the application generally achieves the vision of the IDP. An additional clause has been added into the outline plan under section 3.1.1 related to the ongoing functional study to address any transportation concerns. So at the time of drafting the reports, the 2025 Municipal Development Plan has not been approved. The outline plan report itself references the 2016 MDP, which will need to be updated to reflect this change. So first reading can be granted if the MDP is not approved yet. However, the timing of third reading needs to occur after the adoption of the 2025 MDP. So the proposed outline plan area encompasses and adheres to section 4.3 land use vision outlined within the MDP, which has identified the area as residential growing neighborhood. The outline plan proposes a density of 8.4 units per acre and adheres to the minimum 8 units per acre requirement under the 2016 and 2025 MDP. Furthermore, the outline plan includes residential developments of different densities located near one another, which must comply with the MDP. As part of the 2025 MDP, there is no longer a cap on the planned lots within the new communities, so additional policies are in place to ensure diverse housing options are within the plan, which have been adhered to. A school site has been located within the first phase of development as required in this MDP. However, a note that was not included that prohibits the loam storage on the site. Although it's not explicitly identified, it would still need to be adhered to. So the proposed application generally aligns with a land use concept that includes residential area, a neighborhood node, a school site, in addition to several other policies within the Waterbridge Master Area Structure Plan. Overall, the plan generally meets the land uses, road networks, infrastructure, and location identified in the Area Structure Plan. In addition, the outline plan provides a variety of housing forms, pathway systems, and park spaces throughout. The outline plan includes a portion of a neighborhood node that provides a school site and park space, but not commercial, within the boundary. In addition, the MDP states a neighborhood node should be within 500 meters walking distance of dwelling units. The western portion of this plan will be outside of that. The plan also meets the minimum average density requirements of 8 units per acre required in the area structure plan. So concurrent to the West Waterford outline plan, there is a land use bylaw amendment that proposes to redesignate the urban transition lands as shown in this slide. In terms of the transportation system, it is to enable people to reach their destinations both locally as well as to surrounding areas in Chestermere in an efficient manner. Externally, this is accomplished by the transportation network that connects to Chelsea Drive to the north, Waterford Boulevard to the east, and Waterbury Road to the south, and Range Road 284 to the west. Internally, the transportation network is predominantly a modified grid system, and pedestrian networks are proposed throughout the outline plan that connect to adjacent pathway systems in the water community. The following images depict the preliminary design of how water, sanitary, and stormwater servicing will occur within this development. So detailed engineering will occur through the subdivision process for servicing and shallow utilities, which will be reviewed by administration. In addition, technical studies were submitted and have been reviewed by administration. So the development is anticipated to take 6 phases, where the school site has been located within the first phase, and then development along Range Road 284 is on the later phases. So in terms of some direct control districts and density transition, the area proposes a direct control residential back-to-back townhouse, which is a continuation of an already existing block south in Waterford Stage 1. The existing district included a use that was not defined. As a result, the applicant has proposed to remove supportive housing as a use and replace it with residential care facility. So by doing this, it would also be reflected in all direct control districts within the entire city. In addition, the transition and adequate buffering of densities is a critical factor for consideration. So the West Waterford Outline Plan proposes 2 R4 sites within the plan, which are highlighted in red. So to mitigate concerns, both sites have been designed to include a laneway or a road at minimum between the adjacent single detached or multi-unit dwellings to increase the buffer. Although the R4 district in the land use bylaw includes townhouses and apartment buildings as permitted use, the language identified in the West Waterford Outline Plan depicts that the central R4 district will be a townhouse complex. So just to give an example, so the central R4 site has noted 25 units per acre, which would restrict the ability for an apartment complex to be constructed. The following are examples of townhouses on R4 sites in Chestermere with a similar units per acre. However, we would like to note that these are solely examples. To help contextualize the scale, the proposed development on the site will be different and assessed through a development permit approval process. And then to address concerns around density transition, we have provided a couple examples of similar density transitions in Calgary for reference. These include roads or lanes between different densities. Furthermore, the setback provision images are taken directly from the 2025 MDP that would need to be adhered to. This level of detail would be addressed through the development permit review stage to ensure adequate transitions. So often proposed outline plan and land use redesignations of this scale have risks. The primary risk associated with approving the West Waterford Outline Plan is related to the timing of the ongoing functional study between Chestermere and Calgary. The primary risks associated with not approving the proposed outline plan include subject lands remaining undeveloped. Furthermore, the proposal includes a school site that would be delayed, as subsequent subdivision and site readiness cannot occur until after the approval of the outline plan. Overall, administration views the risk of approving the proposed outline plan as low, as it generally adheres and meets the intent of higher order statutory plans that were previously approved by council. Furthermore, administration has been working closely with the City of Calgary to ensure that the proposal meets the intent and is consistent with the IDP and Range Road 284 ongoing functional study. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Just before moving to questions from council, I'm wondering if you could help. I'd like to go back to the slide. It's on page 271 of our agenda package. It's the proposal, and it has the picture. So page 271 of our agenda package, and it has the proposal for there we go. Thank you. I'm just wondering if you could help people understand, because we use a lot of what I call eye charts in our work here. And so what I mean by that is R1 PFD, R1 PRL, and then R1. Can you just very quickly explain for the public the differences? So they're R1, but can you just go over like what type of a house is sitting on an R1 as opposed to an R1 PFD and as opposed to an R1 PRL?
Certainly. So the R1 district is for your single detached dwelling, or single family housing, often referred to. Ideally, you would most likely see like a triple car garage type of single family on this lot. For R1 PFD and PRL, those are still intended to be single family or single detached, but often they're a slightly narrower lot. So you would probably see more of a double car garage. R1 and R1 PFD are all related to having driveways in the front. PRL is rear lane, so those ones would be having a rear detached or concrete pad in the back.
Great, thank you. Opening it up then to questions from council on the presentation. Councillor Narayan.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to Jeevan. So not in planning, but in English, what would you say would be the fundamental difference between urban transition to what is being proposed?
So urban transition is essentially like a holding land use until further development occurs. So urban transition is really meant to be more temporary uses or agricultural, and then these will be actually building up vertical construction in terms of single family, multi-unit apartment, storm ponds, all of those.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to administration. I want to make sure I understand what's happening here because there's a lot of eye chart things going on.
Yeah.
Am I right that a majority of West Waterford is already approved, and this is only for a couple of sections that are currently DC? Would that be accurate?
So this development is for 46.15 hectares. So West Waterford is not approved, the Waterford Area Structure Plan. So looking at the aerial image, so there's a black dotted line. That is for the Waterford Area Structure Plan, which has been approved in 2016. And then the darker blues, the Waterford Stage 1, Waterford Estates Southwest, those are outline plans that have been already approved, and they are ongoing all their construction. Right now, we're just talking about the West Waterford, which is the red. So nothing has been approved for the outline plan and land use, but the area structure plan and the master area structure plan above these documents have been approved.
Okay, if I can follow up with that, can you help me understand? Because when I'm reading the background on the land use amendment, it says that there's an application to change UT to DC and public service lands. So I'm trying to understand if that's the only thing that's being, the only thing on the application for the land use amendment, or if there's more.
So this application is for basically everything that is shown within this red dotted line. So that's changing from urban transition, which is its existing land use, to R1 PFD, R1 PRL, the DC, R3B, R3, R4, all the storm plans. So everything that's shown, this is what is being proposed.
So all of it.
All of it.
Okay, one more follow-up, and then I'll let someone else ask a question. But you made a comment I didn't quite catch, but you said something in this would change, I think you said the direct control districts all across the city. Can you say more about that?
Yeah, so kind of in the middle to the south, there is a DC, which is kind of a light beige color. That is a continuation of a block in Waterford Stage 1, which is a separate outline plan that has already been approved. So as I mentioned, there was a definition or a use that was not defined. The applicant, instead of providing a definition for that, suggested to remove that use and change it to residential care facility. So because they're changing the entire district, it impacts the other DC districts within the city. There's only 3. There's this one, which is a continuation of the block, and then there's 2 more to the east in Waterford Stage 1, which has already been constructed. So we see the change being minimal impact to the entire city, because those are the only 3 locations that are referenced.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to need some more help with that one. Thank you.
Okay, so there's 3 locations within the city that are direct control back-to-back townhouses. One is this one, which is a block. Half of the block is in West Waterford, and half of the block is in Waterford Stage 1. And then there's 2 other blocks that have the same designation, which are in Waterford Stage 1, but further east, so they're not shown on this plan. The 2 that are in Waterford Stage 1 to the east have already been approved in terms of their development permits and are already constructing their back-to-back townhouses. The remaining block is the one south in Waterford Stage 1, which hasn't gone through a subdivision yet, and also this proposal for West Waterford. Likely, the permitted use is back-to-back townhouses, so this is strictly just changing a discretionary use from supportive housing to residential care facility. I'm not sure if that made it more or less confusing.
Okay, so perhaps to clarify what it is you're looking for from council today, I believe the one presentation is to accept for information, that we're just accepting, like, thanks for the information. The second motion would be to give first reading, and the purpose of that is to kick this to public hearing so that then we have opportunity to hear back, from the public, as well as then I would anticipate at that public hearing we would hear a further presentation from the applicant as well. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So council, do you have any other questions with regards to the presentation, or now with that quick outline of what we're doing, should we move forward with the accept for information and get ourselves a public hearing booked? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Are you looking for questions related to the outline plan as well, because that was part of the presentation, or just the land use bylaw right now?
No, I think absolutely it's part of the presentation. So anything that's in the presentation, I would say, is fair game. And also, I think it's worth noting that the eventual applicant is in the room, and I'm sure that they are listening with active ears for anything that might be coming to, presuppose some things that might end up coming at the public hearing and or readings of the bylaw as well. So absolutely, I think we do have a captive audience for questions with regards to the entirety of the presentation.
Great, thank you. In that case, I do have a couple of questions. Starting with one, there is a school site in this outline plan, and sorry, through the chair to whoever would like to answer. I note that this school site is slightly smaller. Sounds like the school board has said they'll deal with that. And this is meant to be a 600 kid school. Is that 600 in the main building, or does that include portables?
It's a great question.
So the 600 would be the main school.
Then a follow-up to that, do we know how many portables could be put on this site?
At this time, we don't have that information, but I can get back to you.
Is that something that we could hear back on? And I'll give just a little bit more flavor for that. Looking at the outline plan, we're predicting 2,491 people in this entire neighborhood. I'm guesstimating that's more than 600 kids, right? Like just based on what we know about Chestermere right now, that's at least 800 kids. So if that school site can accommodate, in my opinion, at least 800 to 1,000 kids, then we really need to talk about that. That is my feedback.
If memory serves me correctly, and it doesn't always, unfortunately, there's an adjacent school site beside this as well, is there not?
Yeah, so there is an adjacent school. I don't think I have an image that shows it, but basically to the east of the PS MSR, those 2 larger parcels are also for a school site. Both sides are Rocky View School Board.
So Rocky View, so could there be the potential, speaking to Councillor Sample's concern, could there be potential for Rocky View to be able to expand, to work with the 2 sites congruently to figure out part of Councillor Sample's concern? Would that be more of a Rocky View thing than a City of Chestermere thing? Ms. Doherty, I see you nodding and pressing buttons.
That's a great point, Mayor Dean. So with the school sites, they were subdivided, and this area, should it be proposed, would also be subdivided separately. So there would be a lot line between them. So 2 separate titles, 2 separate lots. To the question on that of could those lots then be consolidated potentially. They definitely, there's possibility there, but we do know from just previous approvals with school sites specifically, typically what we're seeing across Alberta is a 600 type person school being constructed with the intention of putting portable buildings on those sites in the future. The reason we can't speak to how many portables would work on that site is because we don't have the building layout. So we have setback requirements and things like that to ensure that the expansion is there. But that is something that is always considered from Rocky View School Board or the Catholic School Board or the Franco Suds School Board, as well as Alberta Infrastructure when they're placing these sites. Is they place them quite strategically for the further advancement of adding sites onto it. So short story long, yes, they could consolidate it. It is their titled land, so they could. I believe that's a bit of a complicated process, even if it is school board to itself, but it is possible.
Okay, great, thank you. Deputy Mayor Schindler.
Yes, I saw on the proposed plan a neighborhood node, and I'm wondering if you could just let us know what's sort of expected or what we can see in a neighborhood node, and was that removed? I don't see it on this plan.
Sure, I'll just go back a couple slides. So this is the Waterford area structure plan. So in the center, there's a dotted circle. That is intended to be the neighborhood node. So in the MDP, it says that neighborhood nodes shall include commercial, but they may also include residential and park spaces. So this was designed that the commercial component of the neighborhood node is actually on the adjacent Waterford Stage 1 outline plan to the east. And the West Waterford includes the school site and the storm pond to round out the entire node. So basically, if you look at this image, or maybe I can get a more zoomed one. So there's a storm pond basically south of that main collector road. Directly to the right, that parcel is commercial. And then to the south of that one is more residential.
Right. With the R4 in the west section of this property, is that was planning to be multifamily apartments?
That is correct.
Was there consideration to put any commercial entities as per our new MDP requirements?
Currently, no. It's just intended to be apartments, just as strictly residential.
And another last follow-up there, the R3 at the south west corner, as the crow flies, or maybe it's perhaps not as the crow flies, green spaces should be within 300 meters of a door. It looks like 300 meters is give or take a couple blocks, the closest green space being further away. Is there a plan to put more green space further south? Because we didn't have that in this package.
Yeah, for sure. So the MDP does state that residential units must be within 300 meters. So what's not shown on this plan is that there is a park just outside of this boundary. So if we look at the two R1 PFD parcels, right where it says Waterbury Park, I don't know if you can see kind of just south of, I can't really point.
Waterbury Way, Waterbury Park, yep.
Yeah, so at the end of those R1 PFDs, that is a park.
Okay.
It's just in the other outline plan. So therefore, all of the units within here are within 300 meters of either a park within the West Waterford outline plan or the adjacent outline plan to the south.
Okay.
Okay. So with that, I think we have three motions that we need to address and tackle here. Oh, sorry, Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. I just had one question, just as to the reasoning why the school site was undersized. Was that all the dedicated land that we were allotted, or did I miss something?
So the area structure plan identified this as a school site as well as the adjacent one, just based on some restrictions with the environmental reserve, which is the drainage course. It was slightly undersized. We can still have discussions with the applicant on potential changes.
Okay. So, oh, sorry, Ms. Doherty.
I do want to point out something actually unique about this outline plan as well, because one of the requirements under our joint use planning agreement with the school boards is that we provide rectangular and I would say rectangular shaped parcels. And the original proposal on this outline plan, the field house space, or the play field space, my apologies, wasn't really in alignment with that, and the applicant worked very well with the city to ensure that the school board's concerns were addressed. So we do have written confirmation from the school board that they accept this site as it is being proposed here. And I just want to make a note of that, because the applicant was very accommodating to those concerns being brought by the school board for this specific site.
Great, thank you. So with that, I think we have three motions that we need to deal with. I believe the first will be to accept the presentation for information. So can I, Councilor Worzanowski?
Yes, if I could have the motion up on the screen, please.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you, Josh. I move that council accept the West Waterford Outline Plan dated June 2025 as shown in attachment A for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. Councilor Sambo? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Second motion, please. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? And just while I'm waiting for someone to highlight to make the motion, just to reiterate, the purpose of this is just to be able to move it to a public hearing, where then there'll be lots of opportunity to have conversation, amendments, any changes that need to be made. This just simply gets the conversation on the table. Deputy Mayor Schindler.
I move that council give first reading to bylaw number 018-25, being amendments to the bylaw number 020-24, being the land use bylaw as amended, as shown on Schedule A of bylaw number 018-25.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. And then finally, moving for the approval for the public hearing. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council approve the scheduling of public hearing for bylaw number 018-25 for September 9, 2025 at 10 a.m.
Comments, questions from council? I have a small recommendation I would like to make. One, at the public hearing, would love to have brought forward more, again, the written submissions about the school, but also if it's possible between now and the public hearing, to encourage to hear back from the school board in regards to any possibility of working with the adjacent school site. I would certainly appreciate that in looking at how these two school sites could possibly work together, speaking again to some concerns that we've heard from council. So if that's possible to have any kind of further information from the school boards, I think would be very helpful at the public hearing. Any other comments, questions for council with regards to the motion? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so we're now moving to, let me make sure, yep. We're now moving to item 8.1.6, which is the request for decision for the transit feasibility study. This is being presented by Ms. Catherine Doherty, who's our interim director of community growth and infrastructure. And just before she presents today, I would just like to say that this is going to be Ms. Doherty's final presentation for council Probably. As we are very, very sad to be announcing that Miss Doherty is going to be leaving us. And she is an incredible member of our administration, has done an incredible job in her interim role. I think I can speak for all of council when I say that this council has appreciated her professionalism, her ability to present, and her responses whenever council is requesting information. It has been absolutely incredible to work with Ms. Doherty, and it is a tremendous loss to the city of Chestermere. While we are excited for the decision that she's making with regards to family and things like that, we are saddened that she is leaving, and she asked me not to use the word abandoned, so I won't use it. But we are sad to be losing Miss Doherty. Mr. Edney, is there anything that you would like to add on from that from an administrative standpoint?
Thank you, Your Worship. No, I think you stole all my thunder. That's why my light was on, was to make that announcement and say if we want to give Kate a real hard time on this last presentation, feel free. That will be acceptable in this term. But no, as you mentioned, it's been wonderful having Kate here. She's done an excellent job in the interim. Unfortunately, she's leaving for personal reasons, too far away to ever be here in person. But thankfully, she's going to work remotely for us on some special projects. And I don't want to steal the thunder of our sadness of her leaving, but we do have a full-time director of CGI ready to start on September 2nd, and he'll be available for our first meeting in September. So also looking forward to that.
He got some big shoes to fill. That's all I'm saying. I'm just throwing it out there. All right. So, Ms. Doherty, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Dean, for your kind words, as well as hopefully not giving me too hard of a time in my last presentation to you all. I'm here today making a recommendation to Council that Council direct administration to proceed with a transit feasibility study and reallocate existing funding within the engineering operation budget to this project. So a bit of background. On July 14th, we had a transit workshop with our council, and administration is bringing forward the recommendation that we move forward with a transit feasibility study to be added to our 2025 operating budget. The rationale behind this is that we've discussed transit feasibility within the city, a local solution, and what that looks like. We've had multiple businesses come to the city and propose solutions, but really we're missing a fundamental step there of looking at all of the options, evaluating them, and providing council with a recommendation. We've just been evaluating things as they've come more ad hoc. So we've prepared an RFQ that we'd like to have go out to our transportation engineering roster to complete a transportation feasibility study. What the study will cover is the current state of our transit service. Ridership information from our Max Purple line will be made available to whoever is the successful proponent. The local transit feasibility opportunities, as well as the challenges, alignment with our policies, whether that's the MDP, our Transportation Master Plan, or any existing ASPs, demand ridership forecasts, and really importantly, service standards and delivery models. This will include infrastructure improvements, operational requirements, as well as a cost, benefit, and risk analysis. There'll be public engagement and recommendation and implementation plan presented. So once the report is finalized, we would like to come back to council and present the findings with a recommendation for a next step. The anticipated timeline for this work will be completed by March 31st, 2026, for a decision then to be presented to council. As I noted in at the beginning of this in the motion, the funding for this will be utilized out of the existing engineering operations budget, so there'll be no financial implication and no ask for additional funds. But we would like your support so we can get this RFQ out to our transportation roster quickly.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, your final presentation is an ask to spend money. Is that council? Is that what we all heard? Is that okay? Okay. Just so we're clear, that is the final presentation there. I see. Ms. Doherty.
My ask is to reallocate money.
Oh, reallocate. I apologize. I don't want to misrepresent what you were looking for there. That's valid. Thank you for that correction. I appreciate that. Council, all joking aside, is there any questions for Ms. Doherty for the presentation? Deputy Mayor.
Just a quick question through the mayor, through the CAO to Ms. Doherty. How long do these studies generally take?
Ms. Doherty?
That's a great question, Councillor Schindler. So typically we would expect these studies to take 4 or 5 months. And the reason for that is because we've added that level of engagement to it that we want to hear above and beyond what we've recorded in our census of what would work for residents as well. So we want to build that time in there. So our expectation is that we would get the RFQ out, ideally have this awarded by early September, and then the proponent would have 6 months to work with the city, capture the information, and do the holistic risk analysis as well as cost benefit.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. My question, I support this recommendation of moving forward with it, and I'm fine with the timeline. But within that, what is the opportunity to discuss providing transportation maybe on an ad hoc basis or for certain scenarios? I'm just trying to, well, I understand we're looking at a bigger picture here of how we're going to provide transportation to Chestermere as a whole. What do we do to provide transportation in the interim in specific scenarios?
Yeah. You can be specific. Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, to Councillor Grant and the rest of council. I think it's one of those where if you want to bring some specific examples, either through an email to me or something we can discuss at council, and then we can tackle what potential solutions in the term would be. Because you're correct, this is the broader citywide thing. But if you've got some ideas, send an email and we'll figure out how we can tackle them.
Or just send them to Miss Doherty, get her to approve them all on her way out the door. Maybe. No, I'm just kidding. Miss. Any other questions for presenter before moving to the motion? Thank you. Can I have the motion, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Schindler?
I move that council direct administration to proceed with a transit feasibility study and reallocate existing funds within the engineering operating budget to this project.
Great, thank you. Any comments or questions from council? Thank you. I will be supporting this motion. I think that this is a great step forward for us in proceeding in a very prudent way with regards to the larger picture of transportation in our community. Council, we are all very well aware that we've been receiving lots of questions. I think it's also appropriate to, again, highlight that this comes directly out of the work that we did at the workshop. And so there's been a lot of work that has led to get us here today. And I think that this is a tremendous step forward with regards to looking at transportation within the city of Chestermere. With that, call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Congratulations on your final presentation. I don't know, is it appropriate to clap saying thank you? Is that what we're doing? Standing O. Sorry? And we have one more, and that is item 8.1.7, request for decision, the election sign land use bylaw amendment. This is being presented by Miss Vanessa Vandermeer.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm presenting on behalf of Shaman as she's away, and kind of goes tie in with the temporary signage on highways bylaw that we're working on. So the recommendations to council is that council give first reading to bylaw 008-25 being an amendment to bylaw 020-24 being the land use bylaw as amended. And the other recommendation to council is that council approve the scheduling of the public hearing for bylaw 008-25 for September 9th, 2025 at 1 p.m. Some background on the reasoning for this is during the December 10th, 2024 Governance and Priorities meeting, administration presented information on the current land use bylaw regulations on election signs to the committee. The presentation included a comparison of the City of Chestermere's regulations with similar surrounding municipalities on election signs. Further, the report included suggested amendments to the bylaw 020-24 being the land use bylaw as amended which provided the committee with a baseline foundation list of regulations gathered from the comparison for other municipalities' regulations. In conclusion of the discussion during the December 10th, 2024 Governance and Priorities meeting, the committee directed administration to draft an election sign bylaw and bring it back to a meeting of council before the end of March of 2025. The amendment is generally aimed to address feedback and concerns shared by citizens with council with regards to election signage. Administration has If we can go down, thank you. Administration has proceeded with the provincial guidelines regarding election signs. The general feedback focused on the 3 issues below. Sign cluttering, congestion. The regulations will address election sign cluttering by identifying locations where it is allowed and prohibited or assign designated areas, and it may also include limit to the number of signs allowed. Aesthetics, the regulation will clarify the regulation on height and be amended to be consistent with provincial government and other municipalities, and enforceability. The regulation will cover enforceability specific to the election signs. Administration has engaged legal advice on this matter previously. And bylaw 027-24 being the election bylaw was adopted back in December of 2024. Section 15(1) states all campaign signs must comply with bylaw 020-24 land use bylaw as amended. The land use bylaw 020-24 is being amended under bylaw 008-25 to reference bylaw 034-25 being the temporary signs on highways bylaw. Implications on this is service. Clear and updated bylaws can enhance regulatory compliance, leading to more efficient service delivery. Regional alignment with regional trends can enhance collaboration and coordinating among neighboring municipalities. And without updating the regulations affecting election campaign signage, the City of Chestermere's land use bylaw limits election signage campaign signs to 1. The maximum area is not consistent with other municipalities or the provincial guidelines. The maximum height is vague with regards to where it is measured from. Overall, currently, the regulations on election campaign signs is very limited and ambiguous. So again, I recommend to council that council give the first reading to bylaw 008-25 being an amendment to bylaw 020-24 being the land use bylaw as amended, and that council approve the scheduling of public hearing for bylaw 008-25 for September 9th, 2025 at 1 p.m. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions from council with regards to this? I think the only comment I would have is I'm in support of this, and I would like to see, as just a reminder, this is really for myself, CAO and Ledge Services, as we do the agenda prep process, is that we be strategic if this is going at 1 o'clock of having, say, again at 2 o'clock, the highway sign bylaw, so that we just do everything together. And I think it's just going to give us a great opportunity. And again, in terms of timeline, that then hopefully then all of this could be approved on September the 9th, so that then going into the actual, the end of election season, if you will, the sign time of the election, it'll be really, really clear to all candidates where they can and cannot put signs, how it's going to go, and I would actually encourage anyone who's running for council to attend, should this pass, to attend that meeting, because it'll be a great opportunity even for them to have public input on what they would like to see as well. So with that, not to presuppose a vote, but I know that the motions are coming. Can I have the first motion, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council give first reading to bylaw 034-25 being the temporary signs on highways bylaw.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. And the second motion, please. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council approve the scheduling of a public hearing for bylaw number 034-25 for September 9, 2025 at 1 p.m.
I think the numbers are wrong.
That number is wrong. It should be 008.
there we go.
Yeah, the last one was incorrect too. I'm sorry for that.
Okay,
No, not that one. Sorry. Josh, land use one. 020. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, that is correct.
so we did that one correct?
Yeah, that was correct. It's just
Okay.
the next one.
Okay. So can we go
For
to
the
the
public
motion we need to
hearing.
Get first reading, no, we did that. Now we need to do the public hearing. There we go, yep. Sorry, Councillor Randhawa, can you restate the motion, please?
Sure. I move that the council approve the schedule of the public hearing for bylaw number 008-25 for September 9, 2025 at 1 p.m.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you. With that, we're now to our closed session items. So what I'm going to recommend, council, before we go into closed session items, as I am anticipating a bit of conversation for each of these, I'm going to suggest we take a 10-minute break, allow people to refill waters and teas and coffees and any of that sort of items. And we will come back at 4:20 and then proceed to in camera. Good afternoon, everyone. We just need to do a small couple of changes. I think we counted about 60 motions that we have made in this meeting, so I think we have a measure of grace for our legislative services as we had I think the professional term in politics is we had a boo-boo. And so the boo-boo that we had in the 60 motions that we've done today is we had some incorrect numbering on one of our motions, and so to alleviate this concern and ensure that we have it right, we just need to make a couple of motions just coming out of our break here. So can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Schindler.
I move that council rescind motion 250-72248, council give first reading to bylaw number 034-25, being the temporary signs on highways bylaw.
Thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Next motion, please. And we are sure that all the numbering is correct now? Good. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council give first reading to bylaw number 008-25, being the election sign land use bylaw amendment.
On our agenda package, it said bylaw 008-24, but the 25 is correct? Sorry, can we just confirm so we don't do this again?
No, it's
Dash 25, okay.
It's changing the land use.
Perfect.
Which is dash 0.
Land use bylaw is 2.
Good, thank you. So it's, motion has been stated. Councillor Worzanowski, you were not in the room when the motion was stated, thus you cannot vote on this motion. So can I have, I'll call for the vote, please. And that's carried unanimously, thank you. And does that alleviate all the boo-boos? Good. Okay, with that, can I have the motion to move to closed session, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I move that council move into closed session at 4:24 p.m. to discuss the following: legal settlement, Access to Information Act, Section 29, advice from officials, and golf course, Access to Information Act, Section 29, advice from officials.
Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We're just coming back from our in-camera session. Can we have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Schindler.
I move that council come out of closed session at 5:56 PM.
Great. Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. With that, we'll take a quick 5-minute break, come back at 6 o'clock and finish off the remainder of our meeting. Thank you. Thank you for your patience, everyone. We just have a few motions coming out of our in-camera session with related to the conversations we were having. First one is here on the screen where we're going to be calling a special meeting for July 29th at 3 p.m. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that council schedule a special meeting of council for July 29, 2025 at 3 p.m.
Comments, questions from council? Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you. I will be voting in favor of this, just to let council know that I'll be remote.
Thank you.
If this gets approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have the next motion, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Ryan.
Yes, I move the Board of Directors approve an additional $140,060.48 payout from 1538974 Alberta Limited to Rainbow Falls Development Inc. to settle the lawsuit against the city and authorize the original settlement amount of $930,000 to be paid from the cash on hand general bank account of 1538974 Alberta Limited.
Comments, questions from council or administration? Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. The only comment I have, I know it's kind of implicit in the motion that Councillor Narayan has stated, but through yourself to administration, this amount, if approved, should settle out this lawsuit, and then we can move on with regular state of business.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Yes, we've already got the discontinuance and everything prepared and ready to go, just waiting on this motion from council, so it will end the lawsuit.
Thank you. Any further comments, questions? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council rescind motion number 240109-09, being council to amend motion 529-18 dated November 6, 2018, to allow for 1538974 Alberta Limited to take on additional debt to fund the settlement claim for $930,000. Propose the following worded be added into the motion, except in the circumstance whereby the debt is assumed to settle outstanding legal claims attributable to CUI should the corporation not have sufficient funds to do so.
Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Worship. There should be a second set of quotations at the end of to do so. So that whole original from council to do so was the original motion that you're rescinding.
Okay, thank you. Comments, questions from council? Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. We just approved a motion to pull it out of general funds. Is there a reason this motion needs to be set if we're looking at financing debt to settle a potential outstanding legal claim?
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, through council to Councillor Warzanowski. Yeah, because I think what happened here in this motion of why, you're right, it would supersede the debt part of it. It's this wording that allowing CUI to take on more debt. The motion that is being amended, the motion 529-18, actually had nothing to do with CUI taking on debt. So I'd just like to get this motion off the books that doesn't have any operational sense to it, I guess, or executability. So,
thank you. Any other comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And is there another motion? Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council accept the golf course presentation for information.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. Carried unanimously. Thank you. And with that, we've come to the end of our agenda here for today. So with that, we'll call for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council adjourn the meeting at 6:10 p.m.
Thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thanks, everyone.